a little sidestep from what we've been doing. Because as I said, I was going to do something new today. Now, this isn't quite as new as I had originally intended, because I had a bunch of different ideas in mind, and I was juggling around between them. But with how I'm feeling today, how about we just, indulge a little bit in being a god ourselves, shall we? This is These Doomed Isles. More or less, it's a city builder where you are one of a handful of, well, I hesitate to call them minor gods, but they're usually not the most well-known ones, we'll put it that way. Visigoth-Cernunnos, I forget which one this is. These two are, this is Amaterasu over here, I do believe. Also shown there. You have to unlock them all through the campaign mode, which I did not do yet. We'll be doing some of that here. Because I only picked this up today. I had my eye on this for a long time after playing the demo and enjoying it. Which, to my knowledge, the demo was only the Horde mode. Just as a note. So I didn't actually know that the campaign mode and the challenge mode existed. I assumed I was just going to have to do well enough or do insert things in the Horde mode to get the other gods. I had no idea what I was getting into with that until I booted it up today and tried it out a little bit ahead of time. I did one successful challenge mode run, which is why we have a few cards unlocked, is you unlock them by getting this currency here through the challenge mode. And as you can see, there's a whole line of unlocks you can grab. We'll go into how the deck building and everything works when we actually go in. You can see there, you earn MC through increasingly difficult challenges. Horde mode just scales up every year, trying harder and harder to kill your little town. And campaign mode, as it says right there, is designed to more or less be the tutorial. I don't really know why you would need that much of a tutorial for this game. It's not that complicated. But it can be handy to have anyway. And there's clearly 34 stages to the campaign. So how about we start with the campaign so you guys learn along with me for a little bit, and then we'll dabble into the other two modes. That seems like a fair angle to take. The sun rises for the first time. Cernunnos yawns awake and looks across the new world before him. It's little more than dirt, but even from such humble beginnings, there's no telling what the future may hold. In this mission, you'll learn about camera controls, basic resources, and housing. I can apparently just skip these. And I do know how to do these things, so yeah, just get me out of there. Faith, creating fish and the forests, harvesting new cards, yep, that's fine, get me out of there too. Basically, unless I see something I don't understand, I'm just going to be skipping forward, because they've given me the power to do that, so we're just going to do that. Yeah, I've even learned about how to research cards, so we don't need this one. Defensive towers and units, I understand that. Hey, we already unlocked a new god. Well done, you've completed the tutorial and bested Loki, for now. Keep playing the campaign to learn more about different cards and unlock new gods, or jump into challenge mode to build your own deck and test your skills. Ah, see, this is actually going to matter, and we're Plutus, the Greek god of wealth, apparently. Okay. But specific things to Greek housing and such, I don't know anything about, so we'll go ahead and jump in there. I also don't know much about entertainment, but you guys knew that already. New challengers appeared. Oh yeah, this text was already on the screen before. A roof over our head. Life was a little depressing in ancient Greece. Well, at least it was for the common people. For a start, they had to live in houses made of mud. I suppose it's better than sleeping outside in the dirt. Let's build a couple houses for your followers now. Being taught by Loki, of all people, seems questionable. I also should turn the volume up a little bit. I had it down pretty low while I was testing things. That should be a bit better. Okay, so they got mud houses, but it makes them sad when they have mud houses. You can get 5 taxation cards when you discard this hand. Okay, since I skipped over basic mechanics, I'm gonna go ahead and teach you guys everything that I know about the basic mechanics right off the top here. These are how many people you have in your town. You'll notice we currently have more people than we could fit in the towns. We do actually need to build some of this housing post-haste or it'll be a problem. This is how many free workers you got. This is how happy everybody is. If they get too unhappy, bad things happen. Don't let that happen. Food is obvious. You run out of food, everybody starts starving, then this number over here is going to start dropping like a rock. It's a problem. Wood, stone, and iron all basically are just for producing various buildings, and having some buildings produce other resources like stone is needed to make iron. Gold is important for 2 separate things. One, it's used for most of the same things that all these other resources are for, and for when you go to harvest, you can also buy additional cards with your gold. That's important. Faith is the other big deal here. That's generated by your followers if their houses are placed around shrines or chapels. You know, you're a god. Faith's kind of important to you.
Hello there.
Hey there, Clyde. How's it going? Faith also lets you redraw cards, which is very handy. And a lot of your more mystical cards, like making ground out of nothing, uses faith. You're using your god magic. Kind of makes sense. Like, for example, boom. I've made the island bigger. We're gonna just chuck these houses down within range of our shrine. To make life even worse, you need money, and we're gonna get that money through taxation. Your followers don't mind a bit of a tax, but if you overdo it, you might see a few grumpy faces around the place. Gain 2 gold per follower, minus 5% happiness if played again this turn. Okay, so each extra one you do is gonna make people real cross. Not if we did 1, nobody cares. But if you look, I do 2, there goes that first 5%. Make them laugh. Now you don't really want to get your followers too stressed. Let's build a nice place for them to relax. Ah, okay. Bathhouse makes people happy. Yeah, there was a bar that I got, or a tavern rather, that I got in the challenge mode I was doing. That allowed me to do the same thing. We'll just slap that here, and that'll make people happy, because this is in range of all the housing. You'll notice how happiness is actually going up instead of down now. Because I believe without any other interaction, happiness just naturally trends downward. Because your followers are a bunch of sad sacks, like most of humanity. Now you'll notice we do still have those taxation cards. Your deck is not that big most of the time. And very few cards disappear automatically. Outside of when you hit harvest. Go ahead and chuck a fisherman over here. Now, obviously, you can only have people work up to the amount of workers you have, so if you are throwing around too many buildings, you'll have them sitting there empty and wasting space and time. Don't do that. Just because you're a god doesn't mean you should be wasting space and time. It's not very effective. We'll go ahead and just go to harvest now. And this is where you get to buy new cards like More Tyranny, because that's what you want, more tyranny! No. We do want an amphitheater, though. This seems like it would make people much easier to work with. We obviously want more housing. Is every card, unless it has a number at the bottom here, is single use. You play the card's gone. So you need to keep buying more copies of the cards to be able to keep doing things. You can very well end up in a position where you have nothing to do. You have played all of your cards and you have nothing left to use. And you end up just sitting there like, well, would really help if I did something right now. All these godly powers, can't do anything. Like, see, this can be used 4 times. Same with the Rockfall in the forest. We do actually want the power to summon fish. How much range does this have? Okay, this has a decent amount of range, and we're gonna want to be able to have it access the gladiator school as well. So we'll put it here. So we'll probably be able to put like the gladiator school right there or something and have that work. It won't be ideal, but it'll work. If I had known I was gonna have another building like this, I would have placed the housing differently. But it's fine. So I'm trying to keep them generating faith as well, so you have to kind of fit everything Tetris-y around each other. Things like these houses, by the way, can't be rotated. It's annoying. You just have to learn to work around it. But if I summon more fish around our fishing port here, it will generate more fish. Because the fishing platform will generate food per fish that's around it. So as if you fill every tile around it, it generates the most food it can. Simple. Very simple, very effective. Making people sad still by making more shitty housing. But you'll notice we need more wood to make this gladiator school, and we don't have a means of generating wood right now, so we're kind of just stuck. But this will generate gold for us. Bear in mind the loss of a follower each turn, potentially, though, because, you know, you're sending them off to be gladiators. Gladiators sometimes die. Shit happens. Yeah, you go through the usual seasonal cycle. Spring, summer, fall, winter, and then into a new year. Now you might be thinking, wow, this is just really simple. There is combat. There are enemies that wish your downfall that you will encounter on occasion. We probably won't be seeing them in the current line of tutorialing, because they have no reason to within the bounds of what they're trying to teach me. What they want me to do is increase happiness enough. Right now, we can definitely do that, we're just doing it very slowly. Keep increasing our fruit production. Expanding the island. Because the problem is I didn't arrange for any wood production. Now we have wood production. Except I don't have enough gold for that, so hey followers, thank you. Now we throw this forager over here, he will start getting me some wood, and then we'll be able to build that amphitheater. Or the gladiator school, rather. There's also nobody in the amphitheater at the moment, and that's on purpose because it drains gold. And we don't have gold generation, so I was waiting for the gladiator school so I could actually produce gold. Otherwise, we'd be relying on taxation to keep this running, and I didn't really like that idea. I'll also chuck this farm over here. The farm will provide another means of making food. Though we have full food, so that would really only matter if the fish run out. Which they can. These do deplete the surrounding resources. So eventually those fish will be gone. This tutorial is not going to last long enough for that to be relevant, but it is a thing that could happen. Especially since I could just keep magicking more fish into existence over there. Honestly, I don't need that many of you fishing. But you help out with that. And you know what? We'll actually go ahead and start doing that because we're going to have the gladiator school very soon. Case in point, right now. Ta-da! Now the system works. And we also have our last objective completed. The Greeks were big into their entertainment, and one of the best places to go for a bit of fun was the amphitheater. Let's build one of those now. Oh, you mean the one I already have? To make the amphitheater more exciting... Yep, gladiator school, already got that. You're a little slow here, Loki. Come on. Come on. We can do better than that. Now that we've got a higher class of citizen, we can't have them slumming up in those dirty old mud houses. Fortunately, your followers are actually quite architecturally adept. Let's do something to tidy up things around here. Ah, okay, we can start getting some townhouses. You'll notice they have 3 occupants, and also don't make people sad. We need more stone for the Greek renovations. Don't really know where he thought I was gonna be getting stone from. I was not provided any means of getting stone. But it's fine. We'll work that out. This doesn't help. This might help. We'll grab that for the future. Give me big land. That only helps if I have a quarry, and I don't have any quarries. Need more housing. Won't be able to use it yet, but that's okay. Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait till I can actually get stone. But you know, that's certainly a way to do a tutorial, is not providing you with the materials you need to actually do the tutorial. But that also teaches you to actually be self-sufficient and get your own resources. So it's not entirely a bad thing. And it may very well be that I did it in a order that the game didn't mean for me to do as well. So I could see that being a problem too. Take one of you off of that. Put you on there. Generate more revenue. Because both of these generate revenue. And this way, the next time harvest comes around, I'll hopefully be able to cycle for more stone-related things. Meanwhile, I'll keep generating more land to work with. Because you'll notice we didn't even have, like, a rock on the map anywhere or anything, so I don't really know what they were thinking with the fact that I need a lot of stone. Like, there's gotta be in the pool somewhere a card that generates stone. Like the Rockfall spell or something. I don't really need more amphitheaters. We're at max happiness. There we go, there's Rockfall. That's all I needed. Well, I need that and a quarry. Or some means of harvesting stone, like a gathering hut or something. We could make our fishing way more effective, but why would I bother at this point? Not relevant. Because you notice the foragers are only for food and wood. These don't help with our stone problem. There's the quarry. Now we're broke. Oh, I needed an extra gold for that. That's fine. Spawn the rocks. We'll do some other stuff first, and then we'll come back to that. There we go. That'll generate a good amount of stone. We also needed to wait for more workers anyway, so this would actually function. Otherwise, it would just go up and they'll be like, yeah, you don't got people to do anything. You can pull people out of other buildings, as you've seen me do, but that causes different problems. Like, the amphitheater's currently not running. Speaking of... Oh, we're already down to one fisher. We don't need the other forager for the moment, though. So here. Make me more money. Yeah, then we'll be able to play Greek renovations when it comes up. There we go. Ta-da! Now you seem to have got the hang of things. Let's see if you can keep your followers happy for a little while. Keep them at 100 at happiness at 11 followers for 4 turns. So I need to get 2 more people into town. Which, you only get more followers every year, it seems. So we're gonna be waiting a little bit on that one. We've got more than enough housing for them, so it's not like that's an issue. Oh, right, because these houses are unoccupied. I was like, why is this worth so much more happiness? Also, we don't need it. We're gaining plus 11% per turn right now. We don't need that. Just keep having this generate more and more stone. Make the fact that we got 2 people working over there worthwhile. I can't put you in anywhere that'll generate more faith, but we'll put you here, so at the very least This'll do more if that ever actually gets occupied. Now, is there, like, a refugee spell or anything to give me more people in here? Don't really need a storehouse. I could piss everybody off some more with tyranny, but that... Again, why would I do that? I have no reason to do that. There goes some of the stone from around there. That's what, again, one of the reasons why you keep extra copies of something like Rockfall and such around, so you don't have to keep demolishing buildings and putting them somewhere else in order to keep something like that functioning. And chuck a logging camp over here for a little while. I don't think I even needed to place those fish, but I did it anyway. Okay, yeah, we're up to 13 followers, so this will sort itself out after a couple turns. Because you notice, we're still in positive of happiness, so they cannot lower it. Because there's no, like, random events or anything to worry about in terms of that. They'll occasionally make wishes, and if you don't fulfill them, people get sad, but not something we need to worry about under these circumstances. There we go. Victory! Let's see, statues and festivals. Plutus isn't the only god in the Greek pantheon, far from it. In fact, there are so many it can be difficult to keep them all happy. Fortunately, Plutus has a way of convincing some of them to lend a helping hand. Okay, I see, so if you build a statue to another god, they'll help out, I assume is the idea. Statues can be very powerful and set you up for a big influx of resources, but they don't often do a great deal on their own. Still, we need to start somewhere. Statues need you to have quite a bit of stone, so let's begin by placing a statue that's going to get you a whole bunch of stone. We need the Athos statue, which we can make 2 of. You lose 10% of the rocks on your island, but you get 1 stone for every rock on the island, without needing anything else. Makes sense? Go ahead and get the housing up first, and then we'll worry about getting those Athos statues down. We'll put them over here. There are statues for a fair few of the Greek gods, each with a different effect. Dionysus is the god of wine, and is good for a bit of light entertainment. And a bit of a light hangover, perhaps. No, they took my other Athos away. Okay, 1 food, 1 happiness for every tree, and removes 10% of trees. You go hang out over there too. You'll find that other statues can give you food, wood, and gold depending on the god. You may also notice that statues rely on what's already on your island, with them growing less effective as you remove your rocks and trees. You can check to see how much of each resource you will get when placing a statue to decide if you need more trees or rocks before building it. So Faunus gets us wood, Heiki generates gold, and Athos we've already talked about. Let's just spawn a few more trees and a few more rocks, because we know we need both of those, and try to keep them, you know, kind of out of the way. I don't have any wood generation right now, so sure. And I don't have any gold generation either, so we'll just have a cluster of statues over there. Just a neat little statue garden of all the other gods that aren't me. Now that we know that statues on their own aren't always massively rewarding, but this is where the festival cards come in. When you play a festival card, it triggers every statue of a specific type again. So if you have 3 statues of Athos, playing the Rock Knight card could be the same as building 3 more Athos statues at once. Planning ahead to make the most out of statues and festivals is a key strategy for Plutus. Okay, so we got Night of the Faun, the Great Festival, Sacrificial Lamb, and Rock Knight, and a Hestia statue. Which we would want to build more things before placing this ordinarily, but we have no other buildings to place right now. So we'll just add you to the pile. We have enough faith to do all of these things, so... Boop. 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 Now that you have a handle on things, I'll leave you to prove how you know what you're doing by building a Colosseum. Oh, you mean the Colosseum that I can just build right now? Done. These tutorials are a little weird. Unlike the fool Cernunnos, Plutos has no need to beg peasants to fight for him. The god of wealth has the power of gold. He can pay for real heroes to defend his realm. You can always trust a mercenary, right? In this mission, you will learn about mercenaries and curses. Gee, I wonder if this second line here has something to do with what they were just talking about. Mercenaries don't use workers like conscripts do. They cost you money instead. Obviously, being the god of wealth, I knew you'd be totally cool with this. Let's hire some now and fend off these invaders. So we can hire some Spartan mercenaries, and... There's a lot of ground to cover here, but there's no attacks happening other than right here. So if they want me to hire people immediately, we'll just hire a pair of Spartans to hang out right there. Get the houses up, because I don't know what else I'm going to need to do. Mouse wheel is both zoom out and rotate, so that's why that block of dirt started spinning. So I tried to zoom out after picking it up. Didn't really work. I don't really need the other Spartans right now. I wanted to fish for more cards to start doing some prep for the future turns. So I'm sure it's gonna matter that some of this stuff is around. We have full food, so let's not grab that. If you attach to a piece of land that has a resource on it, you'll get a reward equal to the resource that's on it. So, like, if I attach to these sheep, I would get a bunch of food. If I attach to these rocks, I get a bunch of rocks immediately. So it can be beneficial to you to strategically time when you attach to new lands. And the more likely outcome of waiting to do that and potentially not doing it at all. There's also these ruins over here that you can actually have an event happen from, so those can be fun too. There's the enemy boats. Oh no. The enemy has arrived. Got a lot of gold, so let's see what we can grab some more Spartans in case we need them. Because remember, it's important to influence your deck overall, because if the cards don't come up, the cards don't help. They can't help you if you don't got them. Now, I do want to make sure not to run out of money, because I assume the mercenaries will get very unhappy if I run out of money. Yeah, because they take 3 gold a year. I thought it was 3 gold a turn, which would have been a lot worse. Paying them 3 a year, that ain't a big deal. That's fine. They do only have 2 health though, so that's worth keeping in mind. They should be able to sink these boats before anything too bad happens though. And then no enemies will happen because they can't come out of a boat that sank already. Yeah, sure, I'll make people sadder by building another mud hut. There we go, they sank both the enemy ships. There is one downside to mercenaries. If you don't pay them, they will attack you. Just to teach you the lesson, I'll take your gold away and make them revolt when you end your turn. Take a look at the cards I've added to your deck and see if you can find a way to defeat them. I'll weaken them a little for you too, so it's not too unfair. I mean, they're all over there, that's fine. So, with no money, I can't hire more mercenaries. So, he's given me a trick to deal with them. I don't see it in my actual hand, though. Kill the traitors with Curse. So I presume when I kick over to the next turn, I'll have something in my hand to deal with the problem. So let's go ahead and explore these ruins for fun. You see an opening in the ground, leading to the darkness beneath you. Do you dare to delve down deep into the unknown? Who knows what you might find down there? So we can actually gain gold, which I think is going to break the tutorial, funnily enough. Or we can delve deeper. Let's delve deeper. 42 gold. Is this really just gonna keep being more gold? Yeah, you know what? Loki, guess what? I broke your tutorial, buddy. What do I do now? Oh, interesting. Even though I had the gold, he didn't actually get paid anyway. Enemies take damage when you play a card. Well, gee, I wonder what the idea here is. You curse them, you chuck some trees down, you chuck another mercenary down, and now they're dead. Okay, you can have your gold back now. If you're not feeling particularly rich, you can always use the leverage card to reduce the amount of gold that you have to pay out to your mercenaries. Ah. Just give them a little nudge so that they don't fight you anymore. Now, the good news is about units are you can reposition them. Towers cannot be repositioned. So bear that in mind. Go ahead and use leverage because it says to use leverage. We've already got one per boat, so we don't have to worry about that. Throw some more rocks over there in case I need them. Bunk. Bunk. Job done. We don't know what our next goal is gonna be, so just grab some basic stuff. Yeah. Another thing that makes mercenaries a little less flexible is that they're not followers. As such, you cannot just recall them to make them go work on a farm or whatever. Fortunately, there is a card here that's going to let you disband them if you don't need them anymore. And more importantly, don't want to pay them anymore. Bye. You're definitely getting the hang of things now. Let's make things interesting by seeing if you can beat this final challenge before year 15. Should be easy for one as skilled as you. Reach 12 followers before year 15. Okay. Good thing I was already working on that. And we got enemies approaching here soon. My own force is gonna get in the way of the one at the bottom there. We can put a Spartan up top ahead of time. We also don't need this running as hard, so let's reduce our spending there. We do need one more bit of housing to fit the last follower we need for our goal here. I'm holding off till they actually get through the trees here. Because they only move every turn, they don't like constantly move in or anything, so it's not a huge ordeal to have them actually make landfall. And I could also technically just reposition the one Spartan probably to deal with whatever comes out of this boat. If I want to be a cheap bastard. Which, you know, god of wealth and everything. Do I not have any houses left? I thought I had a house in storage. Oh, that's more than one enemy. That's some Griffins right there. That's gonna kill my mercenary. But they have 6 hit points. These boats have 4. We curse the boats. I'm on a second Spartan over here. That deals 1 to that. Land deals 1. Another land deals 1. Random fish deals 1 more. Boats are gone. Don't have to worry about that attack anymore. Just have the 2 Griffins, 2 of which are going to die this turn. So we'll just have 1 Griffin to deal with next turn. And it's just flying right on through. It doesn't care about my mercenaries at all. Interesting life choice on its part. There we go, there's the last house we need. We're just gonna have you guys reposition to deal with this problem. We are a little bit poor, though. So, since we only need 1 of you, I'm gonna disband the other one. And I'm gonna leverage you. Oh, but it did cost me money to do that, huh? Thankfully, it's not the end of the year, so it's fine. Everything is fine. I don't know why they thought, even in a tutorial, it being till year 15 made any sense there. Like, how many years did they think people were going to be pissing away trying to even get any followers going? Okay, they are sending more enemies. I was wondering about that. Now, the problem is I didn't get anything that makes me money. So we're actually gonna have a problem here. That Spartan's gonna turn against me. His disband takes 1 gold, so... The amphitheater actually screwed everything up for me. So I wanted to keep everybody happy, but I wasn't paying attention to where my gold was. And we didn't get any gold generation. But we won anyway, so it didn't matter. In this mission, you'll be limited in terms of what defensive cards are available. With keen focus on curse-related cards, you'll surely have no trouble dispatching your enemies. How many of these missions do I have to go through before I'm gonna assume... Oh, there we go. Akan. So, Akan, the Mayan god of wine, famous for his almighty hangovers, how will he fare at Loki's little game? Did I actually unlock that one? I did, okay. Because that's what I was trying to figure out. So I guess if we do a handful of missions for Akan, then we'll get the last one. Then we can actually see how that plays out. Yeah, sure, that seems like a good idea. So we'll learn about housing, fishing, laborers, and nobles. So I assume this whole setup's gonna be different as well. Well, if it isn't Akan, and how is the Mayan god of wine doing this morning? Bit of a late night? Seeing as you're clearly quite hungover, let's start things off nice and easy and go on and build a couple of houses for your followers. So 2 common houses. Yeah, because I'm assuming they're gonna have a structure where there's actually like a full, like, layered caste system and such here. Different followers mean different customs. Fishing works a bit different for the Mayans. Instead of using fishing platforms like the previous gods, we're gonna be sending our followers out on the boats. I mean, we had fishing boats too. Okay, looks like this doesn't deplete the fish though, so that's actually really good. And we can just kind of place it out wherever. It's looking like 24 is the best we can do. I mean, 4 rather. I was looking at the goal when I said that. No, 5 right there. There we go. So they'll just go swim out there. Then again, I can also just do this and make it 8 fish a turn. So yeah, that'll sort out the needing to get the 24 problem quite nicely. Sure, a granary might be useful. Ball court so they can have some fun. Sure. The Mayans are also quite flexible, as clearly demonstrated by the laborer card. If you place it next to a tree, followers working there will gather wood. If you place it next to a rock, followers working there will gather stone. Place it next to both, and you'll get a bit of both. Ah, and idols make them work harder. So if I place it here, we get 1 of each. And if I had a bit more money, I could place the idol there and get 2 of each. Very good, very good. I don't really have a reason to make the granary yet. We are going to go ahead and make another house. And it looks like nobles are a specific resource that are probably going to be for very particular buildings and upgrades. Are probably also going to be a bunch of picky little pricks. Okay, so it's 2 if it's an individual thing, and 1 each. Okay. Well, I'm fine with getting 1 more of each, honestly. Because it'll be turned into 4 of each once I put the idol between them. Because one of our goals is the 2 with 1 idol, after all. And, you know, I've got the granary sitting there. There you go. I'll just chuck some trees down over here. A lot of the, like, land cards and such do not matter in the tutorials so far. But it's a good thing to stay in habit of using them as they pop up. Don't have enough money, so I gotta wait another turn. There we go. Why does this require a worker? We lost somebody, didn't we? I think we lost somebody because I wasn't paying attention. That's fine. We'll go ahead and get a ball cord up next turn. Oh. Assuming that we get it. Poke to poke. Gets you extra happiness for all of the ball games. We don't have enough resources to be worrying about something like that right now, though. We will disregard that for the second. And it doesn't seem to care where I put it, so we'll just chuck it over there. They can walk to their ball game. This way people are happier. So it doesn't seem to be influencing our current follower gain at the moment. And it did negatively influence our progress towards our stone goal. Wait. If we have 3 people... Ow. Because there was 2 of them working in here. No, there's only... 1 here, 1 here. Oh, wait, yeah, the one fishing. Right. Never mind, everybody's accounted for. They were off the edge of my screen, so I forgot they existed. Some all-seeing god I am, huh? When I just forget that my people exist when they're not in line of sight. Real, that one. Little real. There we go, now we got 6. Now we're really cooking. Can't send a second person out there to help fish. God forbid you fit 2 people in that boat. The boat would sink immediately. The Mayans also have a unique resource, nobles. To gain nobles, all you need to do is build a noble house. Be careful where you place it though, as it can cause nearby followers to lose happiness. On the upside, you can also earn a little bit of gold from them as well. Okay, so all the commoners get sad because the noble's house is better than theirs. 2 gold per turn per worker. Okay. But it doesn't have to be near anything, so you know what? We'll have the noble run the ball game. There you go. Nice and easy. Okay, it has to have workers assigned to it. It's not per global worker. That makes sense. Otherwise, this would be busted. Considering these are probably something you're expected to make a few of. You just exile your nobles to like a corner of your village and they're fine. They don't have to actively be near the commoners to lord over them or anything. Don't really need the fish catcher. Don't really need any of this. What they want me to be doing. Can I get oh, I'll get another laborer. I was gonna say, can I get another noble house for more money? There we go. Actually, I do need more common housing, thinking about it. Because more commoners mean more people I can have work in the noble houses. And then more people making money. I forgot I was actually out of people. I don't really need that laborer, admittedly. New year, we have 2 new people. Now we're generating more gold. It's handy to lay in the extra stock of other resources because we don't know what else the tutorial is going to ask me to do. We've learned that lesson at this point, I feel. We're going to skip this harvest because otherwise I'm going to spend money and not make the goal. You can also gain nobles and gold by building palaces, the amount of which increases based on the number of noble houses in range. A palace will also increase your gold storage, so it can be quite useful. Okay, so 1 extra noble when built and 2 more gold per turn for each noble house in range. Good thing I put them close together. Boom. Now to test how well you've learned these lessons, I want you to go ahead and earn a lot of gold. Increase it to 100? You got it, boss. I'm already making 14 a turn. Won't take long at all. We can do better. We have no spare workers. We have lots of spare nobles, but let's be real. We're always going to have spare nobles laying around. We are about to get some more people, but I don't have storage for this stuff anyway. But I do have space for more people to be working in the noble houses, so make me more money. At least the nobles pay their workers. I mean, another noble house, and another noble house, and another noble house. That should sort out all of our gold needs. Provided we can eventually actually, you know, stock those completely. Not that it'll matter because we're about to hit our goal anyway. But this also generates more gold just having the houses in range. There we go. Victory. Paid in blood. Can you even call yourself a god if your followers aren't prepared to kill one another for you? Blood of a believer is a powerful thing. It's time to learn how to use it. Oh, time to start stabbing people. Or, correction, having other people stab other people for us. All gods love being worshipped. It's even better if there's a little blood spilled in the process. As a Khan, a key part of your economy is going to be using your followers and your food resources in order to play rituals, powerful cards that can have very powerful effects. To begin with, though, you're going to need a temple, and to get a temple, you're going to need to find yourself a noble. Alright. Sacrifice to Hun. So you sacrifice 1 person and get 12 food for each temple on the island. There's the temple right there, but I need that noble he was just talking about, which we do have 4 of. So... oh, right, the card isn't grayed out. I was like, wait. What's the problem? We're gonna put the temple over here in case, like, evil radiates out of the temple when I sacrifice people or something that they don't tell me about. So, make food, haha! One of the problems with rituals is that we need followers for most powerful ones. Fortunately, the Khan has a few ways to gain more followers quickly. Ah, okay, so you sacrifice an animal and you get double the amount of followers the next year. Okay. Yep. You may have noticed that rituals become more powerful when you have more temples on your island, with their effects being multiplied. Build another temple now and you'll see what I mean. So we gain 16 gold instead of 8 gold. Sacrifice another animal. Now I want you to show me we can really get some powerful effects from rituals. Build some more temples and power up those rituals. Well, we don't have another temple in my hand, so you're gonna have to hold that thought. Also, the doubling they had me do before was pointless because if you look, you'll notice a big old goose egg up there. Kinda hard to double 0. Go ahead and get me some food, though. Oof. Go ahead and put the noble house up here by the temples. Nobles and temples, temples and nobles, you know, as you do. Go get some rocks as well, because we need rocks for more temples. Some trees over here, though, to encourage them to get me more resources. For the harvest. Ooh, there we go. Wood and food. That's a name. That's a name right there. Ooh, large common house. Sure, I'll take that. More temples, please. Sure, we'll take more food and wood ritual. I have to wonder if that's a real god. I assume it probably is. But it's just a very convenient name combined with the fact that it's both food and wood. Just narrowing my eyes slightly at that one. Get 20 gold from a single ritual. Got it, boss. I don't think we have any of the food ritual other than these. Which I can just go ahead and... Well, yeah, it's wood, not... It's gold, not wood or food. Rain, please. He was making fun of the name. Out here being sacrilegious, which, you know... I am the god currently, therefore... Can I be sacrilegious against myself? Is that how that works? Hey there, Natra, how's it going? Hell yeah. Sympathizers. If discarded, increase all enemies' current and maximum health by... Oh, this is just a negative card. Okay, I was like, why do I have this in my hand? Why would I want this? See, this is exactly what I mean. It's like, how does that even work? Can you blaspheme against yourself? Is that a thing? I don't really need to stab one of my own workers right now. That's not helpful. I only have 2 of them. I assume it is a thing. I just don't know what it would actually mean. It's like, if it's as simple as taking your own name in vain, I do that all the time because as I take the piss out of myself constantly. Okay, the doubling seems to only go so far. We can only gain 8 followers in 1 year. Give me money. There we go. The old goal was the only other goal. I didn't even need all those followers. Sometimes you want something that you don't have. Sometimes you have to stab people for that. Sometimes you have something that you don't want. What if I told you that maybe you could swap that thing you don't want for that thing you do want? That's called trade. It's pretty neat. I don't know. I'm not sure how that works, boss. It seems weird. Trade cards are special cards that you can't buy from the harvest shop. Instead, these are cards that are generated and added to your deck. Trade cards have an effect when you redraw your hand, so it can be very powerful if you have lots of faith. To start off with, you can gain corn from a corn farm and beeswax from playing Gather Honey on beehives. See, the thing is, it won't be thy neighbor's things for long, because they'll be my things. And it becomes okay when my neighbor's things are my things now because I'm no longer coveting my neighbor's things. For legal reasons, all of that is a joke. Oh, I probably needed to wait for the beehive to do a thing first. Wait, no, beeswax card was added to deck. I did do the thing correctly. I just didn't get any bonus food for it, which is fine. Oh, that's such a shame. I hope they catch the thief eventually. Such an awful, crazy thing that happened. Yeah, but that was your stuff. It's fine. You just got your stuff out of there before the thieves could take that too. Yes. Just in case anybody couldn't tell. That's not all that trade cards are good for, though. If you build a market square, you can play trade cards from your hand and earn gold. Neat. And make a market square? You know, that does leave a lot of nails to take. Let's see. Gain 1 food for each trade card in your hand when you redraw. All it takes is having a hammer, and suddenly everything looks like something that can be crushed. Ta-da! And then we play that like that. Another powerful tool for the mines is the stele. Building a stele gives you an effect that triggers when you redraw your hand. These effects can also be stacked, giving you even more reasons to build up that faith. Alright. We got fancy rocks that give me good stuff. See, a belief is only firm until it's hit hard enough with a hammer. Priests are units that use one of your followers and a noble, but you can recall them at any time. They have a passive effect that can work well in combination with both stele and trade cards. You need both. Oh, you need to build some noble houses to earn the nobles that you'll need, but don't forget the other needs of your followers too. Oh, I need a worker. Okay, I was like, why can't I use these? Because I have a random worker in this corn farm that doesn't need to be there. So let's see. Oh god. So Hun Apu Stelas count as a trade card for trade card effects and as a temple for rituals. Or the Alum Stelas can do the same thing. Or the Capricorn Stelas. I do have one of these each already. 1 stone, 1 food, or 1 wood. Let's go ahead and go with the food one. Food one seems like the one I want. And I'll just have you awkwardly staring at the cornfield. You'll just magic more corn into existence. And activate that for more trade cards. Cycle the hand for the free food. What a weird setup this must be when it gets going. Because you're going to be spending most of your time just sitting there cycling your hand just to trigger all those passive effects. You're not even playing cards at that point, you're just clicking the redraw button. You can also just gain a bunch of free food this way. Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with most systems, admittedly, is that people are people. You know, why do I even have this laborer card when I don't even have a tree, let alone a rock, on this island? This island sucks. At least 3 different priests. Okay, so I need more housing. I need more people. Wait, no, I do have enough to get at least one other one, so we'll summon the Priest of Capricorn. I remember Capricorn from Smite. It was one of the handful of gods I pretty consistently played when I played Smite. It was a fun one. Shame that game wasn't that fun, but you know, such is the way of such things. Now I need another noble, so pulling that worker didn't even matter. More free random cards. Yay! Look at all of the food. The food I don't need. Give me more housing. Give me even more housing. There we go. Now I just use all this faith to cycle to get to the thing I'm looking for. There we go. So admittedly, I just realized more housing wasn't the problem. I don't really know why we weren't gaining more people. I assume it's a happiness issue, probably. For all that I claimed I knew what I was doing when I was talking about it before, I only partially know what I'm doing. Just turn that into a bunch of free faith and gold. I need another noble house as well. So we're just kind of in a holding pattern at the moment, waiting for the cards we need. There we go, there's the card we needed. Stella's. I didn't really need those other cards, but I grabbed them anyway. I need more wood. No! Everything is awful. Joke's on you. I have a trick up my sleeve for that. Redraw the hand. There we go. Ta-da! Now I need to just redraw that priest and we'll be good to go. I just take somebody off the corn farm again and there you go. Ta-da! We have a priesthood. Aha! Faith in the Fury. Your followers are pretty good at fighting, but what makes them even better is that they have a really bad temper. In fact, if you play your cards right, I bet you can make them furious. Rage baiting my own followers. Yeah, that sounds about right. I am a Twitch streamer. Yeah, you know, that would check out, wouldn't it? Now it's time to learn about fighting, something you're pretty good at. First of all, we have the warriors, which cost you a follower to play, although they can be recalled at any time. The various Mayan warriors are all pretty flexible and strong. We can make them even stronger with Fury. Fury is a status effect that increases the amount of damage a warrior will inflict. It can be stacked indefinitely, but will decrease each turn. There are many ways to generate Fury. Let's try it now. Oh, we got a Vengeful Spirit over here. Look at him. Attacks an adjacent enemy, 3 attack strength, 1 health. Doesn't require a worker, but disappears after 3 turns. Well, you say defeat the first wave of enemies. There isn't a wave of enemies to defeat. An little Atul warrior who throws the aforementioned weapon at enemies within a 7x7 range, and he throws 3 of them. That's pretty good. I'll just go ahead and chuck you down. I don't know where the attack's coming from yet, so I won't position you specifically at the moment. And I won't summon my Vengeful Spirit yet because we don't know where the enemy is. Ulch Warrior stabs things at close range. Sure, you can come along. Ah, okay. That's how you generate fury that way. Oh, you could just pick up buildings. Just, you know what? I don't like where this one is. Give. Whoop. Wouldn't that just be convenient? Fisher. That too. Enemies approaching. Down there. You go stand angrily on the beach and wait for that guy to show up. Whoever that guy is, he's about to have a bad day. Let's not put the noble houses on the beach this time because... well, enemies are going to start showing up on that beach. It's going to be a problem. So that'll be +1 fury at the moment. We have enough faith to re-roll a little bit, so let's try to play our cards right here. Quite literally. Get you some fish over there when we have more workers available. Chuck a big land down. Hey, we found some ruins. You know what ruins are good for? Gold. Nah, let's delve deeper. You've reached the depths of the ruins. There's nothing more to be found. Rip. But we still got the gold from the previous part of it, so who's the real winner here? Answer me. My pockets are full of gold. I need specifically to... oh no, that does count, right, because it's an atlatl warrior, so it does count. There you go, get mad. Get all angry, I got him angry at the wrong time, but demonstration purposes. He just really hated that YouTube thumbnail. Are you circling that thing? The other thing is what's up. Ah! Prepare to repel the invaders with pointed sticks that occasionally have rocks on them. Why are the conquistadors just kind of swimming? Where are their boats? Why are they the ones who don't have boats? Like, ignoring the obvious other connotations and such involved here, it's just very funny to me that the guys wearing metal armor are the ones who don't have boats and are just kind of chilling in the water. Bonk. Whee! Bonk. Akihito warrior, and we'll grab an idol in case I decide to do anything with that. Just give me everything. Yahoo is a great 8 unit for taking even more advantage of Fury, particularly if you've been stacking up on those trade cards. Let's recruit one now and build up some more Fury on our warriors. Okay, so I need a noble and a worker for that. Once per turn, removes a random trade card and warriors gain 1 Fury. Well, I've not been stacking trade cards because you've not given me any reason to do that until now, game, so... you know, thanks for that. Gain 6 Fury on a warrior. That's gonna take a hot minute. It's definitely gonna take a minute. But we can at least get the Yahoo down. There you go. You know what? Get one of these two. Just get a whole bunch of warriors. This way, if the next wave appears before I'm ready for them, which it looks like they're only going to spawn the next wave once I give somebody 6 Furies, so that's good. That's very kind of them. Oh, never mind. There they are. Repositioning to bully them. Whoever spawns here has no chance. Like, they're gonna spawn in and immediately get their shit pushed in. I suppose I should put my laborer, like, over here, and he'll just start going wild on the trees. Happy New Year! I'm gonna whoop this guy's ass. Whenever he actually shows up. Yeah, I never did put anybody in the fishing boat, huh? What are my workers doing? I've got 4 of them out here in the field, ready to battle. Where's the other 3? Because nobody's fishing. Nobody's in the noble houses. Where the fuck's my other 3 workers? Huh? There's 2 of them now. There's still 1 missing. Did one of these take 2 workers? Suspicious. Actually, wait, no. One of them would have been a noble. That's where the remaining missing body went. Oh no, more conquistadors. Real shame what's about to happen to them. Go ahead and get a palace. House of the governor now. We're already pretty happy we don't need a ball court right now. What I need is a means of getting some trade cards game. There's the corn farm, that'll help. Ooh, Frenzy's pretty nice. All units attack now as well as at the end of your turn. That'd be really good if I needed it, but I don't. We've already got sufficient force out here to handle business. Because these guys only have 4 hit points. So this one takes out 1 on his own. This one hits him, deals 3, puts him down to 1. Then this spear comes around and takes care of that. And you know what? Just because fuck you. Here, have a Vengeful Spirit to play with. Oh, I have no gold. So I can't actually make my corn farm. You know what? Fury! Bah! Beat their ass. Whack. 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 Yeah, he lives, defeats the spirit, that's fine. He dies next turn. In fact, we're not even gonna let him move. We're just gonna move somebody over to throw a spear at him and take care of that. Thunk. Two free nobles and some gold. Just need to cycle to get the corn farm. Oh. Already stocked with people, which is great. Because that should avert our food problem before it becomes a food problem. What we need is more ways to generate trade cards, though. There we go, that's another one. And now we're out of money. Does this... Nope, I can't even play it without beehives. I was hoping I'd still be able to generate beeswax without beehives somehow, because the game wouldn't actually check for that, but it does. It's smart. It checks for that. Of course it does. That's what I get for thinking the game's gonna be stupid. Means we're gonna have a bit more of a wait ahead of us here. His RNG has determined no trade cards for me other than my corn. You guys aren't doing a great job on that whole food front, huh? We might actually start having people starve, because I also don't have any building material to, like, build a bridge over to this food. So that's a problem. Our population kind of exploded, and, it's having consequences. So we may as well have them generate a bunch of gold for me before they start dying. I also immediately got taught to be lazy about resources with this faction because of all of the free stuff they had me making in the previous round. There we go, plus 68 food. Now this is actually kicking in and doing its job. No more starving. There's the beehive I need. Get another fish catcher to work on that problem. Just need to remember I need some money for the fish catcher. Get a second corn farm. It's cone. Oh. Yeah, we didn't even lose a meaningful amount of people, so we're absolutely fine. Oh, I don't have enough wood for the fish catcher now because I put the beehives down. That's fine. And trade cards removed by Ahu. Wait. How do you work again? Oh, I thought it would remove the trade card from my hand. It removes the trade card from the deck, I think. Huh. I didn't account for that. And you know what? That's on me. But at the same time, that could have done with saying specifically on it, from the deck or from the hand. Just to make it a bit clearer, you know? We can get them up to 3 Fury. Just bear in mind, the Fury, I believe, only goes down 1 per turn. So they should start building up. Yeah, see, they're still at 3 because they went down 1 and then up 1 from the Ahu. So now we just start slaughtering our own people, and eventually it'll work itself out. There we go. I think it's time for a real test now. Let's see if we can stack enough Fury to deal with my good friend here, Huai Shivo. That seems like a problem. That seems like it's gonna be a real problem. Where are you? Oh boy. Let's see. Gains +1 attack strength whenever taking damage, consumes 50% of food produced, and gains that much health each turn. Do you gain negative health when I'm gaining negative food? So, yeah, get stronger when attacked, so focusing on fewer, stronger attacks is ideal. If you can afford to, reduce your food production as he steals this to heal each turn. Well, good news, I don't produce food. I consume food. Oh, he's only got 20 hit points? Oh, poor boy. You're gonna learn today. You gonna learn today. So let's see, that's already 7, 16, 26. He's dead. Have a vengeful spirit for color. There you go, have fun. Anyway, game over. He just instantly gets bodied in upon showing up. Wait. Oh, you're out of reach. That's why he didn't die instantly. It looked like he was in range, but it was only reaching the top of his head, not the bottom where his body actually is. That's fine. We win now. Victory. There we go. Now we... Oh, it's Inari, not Amaterasu, right. The god of, well, pretty much everything. As for your followers, they have some pretty strict social rules that we're going to have to adhere to. So let's take a bit of a closer look at that. We got Namen, Shonen, and Ningu. Okay. We got farmers and peasants. Like all the other gods, your followers are going to need somewhere to live. However, unlike all the other gods, you have different houses for different types of followers. To be fair, we already did have different houses for different types of followers because we had noble houses and common houses before. And shitty mud houses and good houses. So the concept's already been there. Now to start earning some gold, we're gonna need some Chonin houses. Chonin houses are for your merchants, but they need to be built within the range of a castle. We don't have a castle yet, so it's probably a good idea to build one of them first. Yeah, you know, somehow that just makes sense. Just plonk that over there, put that there. Now we have a Chonin house, we have access to more buildings that will earn us gold. Let's start with a pottery merchant. There you go. Nengu is a key part of the economy. It is essentially a rice tax that increases every time you play a card with the Nengu tag, meaning that each subsequent Nengu card costs more rice to play it. The amount of rice required is shown at the top up left of the card alongside any of the other resources cards, if any. Fortunately, you have a few ways to reduce it. Check out the cards I've added to your hand. Okay, so the courtier increases the cost by 1. And the Natsutori Gate, it will get me trees for every Anshin card. Okay. And I'm probably mangling the pronunciation here. People will just have to live with it. I don't know how to pronounce these any better. Why can I rotate the courtier? I can't rotate a house, but I can rotate the courtiers. You know, you're just gonna live upside down over here. Oh, they put them back right side up. Why can I rotate them when I'm placing them? It doesn't make any sense. Can't rotate the Torii Gate because I think that would actually be, like, genuinely bad. Well, there's no trees, but we can fix that. And just put that over here. There you go. So every time I play one of those cards, I'll gain wood. Let's just surround this with wood. There we go, that'll get me a solid amount every time I play one of those cards that it's looking for now. Okay, big housing at a castle, sure, that makes sense. Though it didn't specify which type of housing, so I don't know if that's just good for both? I would assume not. Probably only good for the basic people. Oh, okay, they have placeable citizens as well that do specific jobs. Go ahead and get a Kokori. Probably I'm gonna want a quarry at some point. Do bear in mind, we actually have rice as well as a resource, even though that hasn't been addressed yet. We'll go ahead and keep decreasing our costs, because we need to reduce it to 0. And while one courtier would get it done, 2 of them will get it done faster. Yeah, these cost rice. That makes sense, because we're sending out people. People eat rice. There you go. Oh, can't be placed within range of a castle. I read that wrong completely. We'll put that with the rest of the housing then. There you go. Boom, bang, done. Easy. I also didn't actually get any rocks, so I don't know why I got a quarry. Sometimes my brain does magical things called being stupid. Keep reducing that cost. Meanwhile, more trees. We haven't seen any cards with the correct tag for that to do anything yet. Is the gate itself is the only thing that has that tag that's come up. So, you know, that might not actually end up being useful at all, but I tried to do a thing. There we go. Victory, we've reduced our costs. Okay, that's the one we just did. Rice is a vital part of the economy, so we need those followers working hard in the fields. It's not all work, though. Peace of mind is a very important too, so we need to make sure we pay attention to that. Ah, now we'll learn about those cards that I was trying to work with before I was supposed to work with them. Rice is another key part of your economy and a unique resource to the Japanese. It's very flexible as it can be converted to gold or food, or used as a resource in and of itself. Not very difficult to obtain. All you need is a rice field. Okay, wells make people happy. That makes sense. Having decent water around helps a lot. Well there, put the rice field there. Everybody's gonna run out here and get rice. They're gonna do a great job. Go ahead and grab me these ruins too. Yeah, I'll take 40 gold. That's gonna max out our gold anyway. This way I can actually get a bunch of stuff. I feel like I'm not gonna need soldiers, but I'm gonna get this Yari Ashigaru anyway. Just in case. Oh, a daimyo residence. We'll grab that just in case. We might actually need that. We do still need a castle as well. Another rice field. Making sure to have all the resources and such now. There we go. It's gonna mean that we're gonna have complications. It's interesting that you don't need a castle, you just exist. This needs a castle. I don't have any workers left because they're all in the rice field. So you'll just have to hold that thought. Speaking of rice fields, not that I have any workers for that rice field either, but shh, it's okay, don't worry about that part. There's our castle. Oh, they can't be anywhere near those houses. Okay. Learning a lot out here today. Learning a lot. Mostly learning how much I don't know, which that's already something I knew. Don't worry about the sentence making sense or not making sense. It's fine. I already told you that rice can be converted to gold in food. Now I'm going to teach you how. You can build a rice stall to convert rice to food. The easiest way to get gold for rice is to play an export card. This is a seasonal card, which we will learn a little more about later. But you need to know that you'll get the most gold from exported rice in spring. Hey look, 50 gold, bang. I have no reason to use more than one of them right now. Actually, no, they want me to make 60 gold exporting rice, so there you go, I'll waste the rest of that gold, I guess. I don't have the wood for the rice stall right now, so that's gonna have to wait. There we go. So you go ahead and start chopping trees. You got this. Housing, more trees. Got lots of money, so let's spend it. Sure, I will magic axe myself. I already have 2 rice fields down. 2 of them's probably plenty. Don't need another daimyo. More land, sure. More guys with axes. Big castle housing. Don't need a second castle. They'll just start fighting amongst themselves. Doesn't help anybody. There we go. Give him a nice forest to have to sit there and eventually chop through. You got this though, bud. I trust in you to take this whole forest down by yourself. You got this, buddy. Doing a great job. I did that thing again where I think this is related to the castle in any way, and it isn't. I blame the fact that it's got the same blue roofing and everything that the castle does, and same with the Chonin housing. I'm like, oh yeah, those all go together. No, they don't. They have nothing to do with each other. It's just housing with a slightly better budget. Yeah, I can actually get a pottery merchant now. Not that we have anybody to work there, because we have all of these people and nowhere getting any work done. I don't actually need any exporting to be done, now that we know how exporting works. Because the exporting was purely gonna be, I wanted to learn how that worked. I do, however, need people working the rice stall, so I probably shouldn't have immediately put people into pottery. You convert rice. So if it's gonna be 10 rice, that's gonna mean 5 turns, which is fine. That'll give me time to prep for whatever else it's gonna want me to do. Whatever other nonsense Loki has in store. It's funny that I got the stone warehouse and everything, and I don't even have any stone production. It just kind of exists. Then again, I don't really have wood production either. I've just got one guy with a headband just trying to take on the forest. You're still doing in God's work down there, little buddy. You're not actually doing God's work, because that's what I'm doing, but don't worry about it. Reclamation is actually stupid useful with the first god because he's got a god power that can give every building 2 extra health. So you just give every building 2 health, then hit it for 2 damage and just get free wood and stone ad infinitum. That's what I was doing to win the challenge I did earlier today. It just basically meant I had infinite wood and stone. And by that point, I was already generating an endless amount of faith and everything. So it's like, well, I'm just gonna spam every resource and make whatever I want. You'll notice that some cards have the ancient keyword. These are cards that affect and power up one on another when played. Try playing some now to see what happens. Alright. So these generate faith. Okay, so tea house makes them cut wood better. But I need to put the tea house... Well, I fucked up. This is why you read your cards first. I wonder... I'm gonna do something that's gonna seem bad. Okay, he does work on the cherry blossom tree. Okay, very good. I don't have enough wood for the tea house, so we're gonna have to delay that a little bit. Boom, suddenly a lot of wood. See, this is why I had to move him away from the forest, so I could cut down a big chunk of the forest and be like, see what you did? You did a great job. Don't want to take his job from him, you know? Never remove someone's purpose. There we go. Tea ceremony. Some Japanese cards are also seasonal. This means that they have a different effect depending on the season that they're played in, or can only be played for their main effect in a particular season. Okay, so we can... I don't have any of those. I don't have any Hokora. Ah, Haru cards can only be played in spring, or can be discarded for redrawn for faith in other seasons. Okay. Need to play the Kodama in autumn, and it's spring right now. Oh, apparently I do have what it's looking for. Oh wait, yeah, that's these things. I do have those. So yeah, we gain 2 people magically. This needs to be played in summer, so that's next turn. Go ahead and play another Kokori. And you no longer need to beat up that at Cherry Blossom. Go hang out with your friend in the forest over here. Even though this makes them generate more wood. I just like the bit I've got going on here with the endless forest. Is that these 2 are trying to keep from eating the village. Just every turn I keep putting more trees in. So now they're just engulfed in the forest. Lost for all of time. They tried their best, but it wasn't good enough. They cannot defeat the Eternal Forest. I didn't get the card I needed for summer. Really need anything that I know of now. That's kind of the problem with how some of this is laid out. It's like, this is great and all, but I have no idea what I need. So why would I get extra shit right now? It's got spares of those cards that are seasonal, so that hopefully they'll show up when I need them. I should have put that cherry blossom tree there for symmetry, because that would have actually looked kind of nice. Instead, I fucked it up, and now everything's awful. Make my people happier anyway. Everybody gets tea. You're in the wrong season. Go away. Spawn more people, because I can. There we go, at least I get this, so... Make people even happier. Didn't need to, but I did it anyway. There we go, I got 3 Kodama in the deck. One of them will hopefully come up next season. Especially since I have lots of faith to roll for it with. Hey, one just came up naturally, and now he's hiding in the edge of the forest. Maybe he's the real reason the trees never or can be cut down completely. Now, those seasonal cards can be played if it's the wrong season. Why would you do that? Well, if it's because you gain faith and redraw your hand if you do so. Let's try that now. Let's see, it's autumn, so this is off season for that. Bang. Suddenly our hand has been replayed. Bam. Bam. It's currently autumn, so I don't have any off-season cards in my hand. There we go. Bam. Armed with all this knowledge, I expect you to find my final task quite easy. See if you can get up to 21 followers and get happiness all the way up to 100%. Oh, you already have 100% happiness. Well, keep it up. Keep doing what you're doing. You've done something right. Now we just wait till I can do fertility offerings again, and then suddenly, boom, bing, bang, babies everywhere. I mean, sure, we're low on food right now, but let's be real here, it doesn't matter. Ta-da! Victory. The Way of War. Well, we don't need to do any more tutorials or campaign stuff because we've now gotten all 4 of the gods. It's unlocked. So now it's time to either do challenge or horde mode. Challenge mode's where we get the currency, so we may as well do challenge mode. And did one with Cernunnos already. Let's fuck around with Akan some more. Here's what he'll unlock. And we're gonna go ahead and go straight in on normal because that's what I won on with Cernunnos already. And I'll turn this on the same way I did then as well. You get an extra 120 MC, and at the start of the 16th year, your island will start sinking. Increasing followers reduces happiness. Lose 5 gold whenever a friendly unit or building takes damage. Newly placed land has a 50-50 chance of spawning a tree or a rock. Or when you end a turn having spent 0 gold, lose half your current gold reserves. Yikes. Now, I'm fine with only having 1 skull on for now. You can also spend your MC to pick up some modifiers, like gaining food for every tree planted, 1 follower each year, or for every noble house on your island, double the effect when redrawing trade cards, or 1 fury whenever a new warrior is placed. You can also edit your starting cards, but I'm not going to mess with that because starting cards are fine. Our enemies are Conquistadors, Hippocacal, Aztecs, Amazots, and Coyotl. You actually get to see what they do as well, which is nice. This is only really going to come into effect later. Like, a handful of enemies are occasionally going to spawn, but a big bunch of them are going to spawn later on. So we get to choose between 2 god powers right at the start. We can either place a 1 attack strength Vengeful Spirit on every empty tile in range, or we can give 1 Fury for every Stella on the island. Let's take the Fury for every Stella. And these are our objectives for challenge mode. I need to maintain 12 followers and 90% or higher happiness for 8 consecutive turns, build 3 wonders, and perform 9 rituals. That's not that bad. The most annoying challenge I had in the previous challenge mode I did is I needed to have 50 cards in the deck, which was messy, and I only got that done at the end. There was also 20 bleed on enemies, and I forget what the other challenge I had was. It was a very easy one that I ended up doing mostly by accident. Oh yeah, 30 buildings. That was the other one. This meter up here will tell you how well you're doing as far as that goes. It'll fill up as each objective's completed. But as usual, we want to start with our shrine, and you'll notice there's a lot of land around us. Oh, there's abandoned settlements. That's different. As usual, get our common house down. Any lands nearby that I want? There's a bunch of ruins nearby and a whole lot of fucking nothing else, huh? Okay. Particularly helpful, then. We'll just expand out to this land just to have ground to work with, then. Because this starting island is kind of shit. Research libraries are, I believe, unique to challenge mode. And as it says there, as you research things, they'll discover new cards that can be put into the harvest shop for you to potentially buy when harvest time comes around. Go ahead and get our noble house up. We'll go ahead and put it down here so it doesn't make the people sad. Sure, we'll get a research library up as well. That there, get one person on that. Every 3 research, it'll get me another card. Well, 3 cards, technically. Because it's... You can pick up to 3 of them when you reach the threshold. Let's get some Atlatl Warriors, because we're going to need those. They'll just stay in the deck and vibe till I'm ready for them to actually be placed. Noble House, more land. We do need wonders, so we'll go ahead and grab the Colosseum. His gold storage is going to be handy. More houses. Sure, we'll take more laborers for now. Refuge is a very handy spell to have, because it just gives you free followers. So we'll grab those 2. There we go. Refuge is just a great way of expediting things. We can just chuck this big land right here. It loses us that 1 fish spot, but that's fine. There's lots of fish in the sea. Also snag us this chunk of land over here too. And we suddenly have lots of space to work with. Though it's a bit fucky at the moment, but one problem at a time. Here's our first discovery. I can take all 3 of these and be able to unlock these to use in the harvest shop as often as I want, as long as they show up. Now you'll notice it is basic cards. Like, you are actually fairly limited in your harvest shop initially. I don't really have a need to increase my unit's max health that badly right now. We do want the wood for every temple. That's going to be useful. The other 2 can stay. They can potentially show up again. So, worst case, we could unlock them again later. I want to fill in some of this awkward land space here so we actually have more room to keep things kind of close together depending on what they are. Remember, you can't move buildings unless you get relocate. Not that long ago, I would have said you just can't relocate things at all because I didn't know relocate was an option. We'll have to make do with that one little hole in there, that's okay. I could build out toward that food or that stone. I'm already going to be filling in here a bit, so we'll build out to that stone while we're at it. I can also plonk a laborer down. Hey there, Zeri, how's it going? Plonk that laborer there. We have a lot of nobles and not a lot of workers at the moment, which is annoying. Oh, that's why they're all working here. Go get me resources. We'll just go ahead and throw these trees over here. Nice little tree line in winter. Now it's spring. Give me people. Now I have lots of people to do all the work for me. Ah, okay. I honestly didn't even see it, because I haven't had that open. Now it at least will make sense when I see it. Yeah. Just go ahead and chuck that over there. I need more stone so I can make the Colosseum. Though I wouldn't want to make it right now anyway because we have no current gold to benefit from it. Speaking of, I should repopulate the noble houses. Make money. Let's see. Corn farm we definitely are going to want to unlock. Sure. And I don't really need storehouses, but we'll unlock it in case I need it later. Building that land out. Because, like, the majority of the actual territory is probably going to be up here at this rate. Because this starting segment here was just not useful. We don't have much gold. We do need wonders, so we'll grab the standing stones. We want the corn farm. We don't have enough temples to worry about getting the sacrifices right now. Stone. Stone lives there. Expand the forest up here for the time being. I know I'm low on food. It's almost like I made 8 people out of nothing and now I'm regretting my life choices. Some of the people from the noble house. That should work towards solving that, though we are going to lose a couple people. Because I had intended on having reached that by this point, but I miscalculated how much land I was actually going to have to throw around. So, you know, things backfired a little bit. Sure, we want that. I don't really care about the House of the Governor. Heavy rain will actually be kind of useful. We can finally get our first temple, which will do great things for the happiness of our people. Which totally is going to solve the fact that they're starving and make everybody okay with that. That as a thing that's happening. Thing is, I think I made a horrible error. Because I think I forgot to get anything that got food. The good news is we'll be able to avert disaster before it completely wipes the town out. Or not. Because the people working the farm are the ones that it took away, because that's the correct choice. Thanks, game. There we go. You would think it would take from all non-essential buildings first, but it doesn't. Then again, I suppose the nobles would convince themselves that they are in fact essential. Yeah, those farms are only good when harvest happens, in case people are like, why don't these do anything? They build up crops until harvest time, and then harvest time they pay out the food. Which, that's how planting works. Just very inconvenient when that's your only means of generating food, because you didn't see a single fish catcher. Like that. Of course it shows up now, after everybody's starved. We'll be able to fix the problem at the very least. It's just gonna take a bit of doing. How are you guys still chopping that when there's no one working there? World may never know. Still struggling as far as food goes a bit there. Still not enough. But at least it's only degrading by 1. They're not starving anymore. We're just slowly starving. Because I don't have enough money to put the other fish catcher down. It's gone. Thankfully, if we redraw, that'll get me free food. Ta-da! 1 more food. That's 1 more turn. What a mess. More fish. There we go. Now we're in the positives. And we'll put the other fish catcher up here as well, because they should be able to share space just fine. Now we'll start regrowing our population. Just took, you know, 1 mild disaster for everything to work out. Yep, and we are being invaded. We'll place the Athel warrior there. And since it's harvest time, the crops will boost my food immensely. So I probably don't need as many of you working on that. We can start getting other things done again. This harvest time is going to be very sad because we have no gold. I'm going to have to spend it on land because our current land and state is an issue. We'll connect that. Next goal is going to be connecting up to this to stall off some of the other issues. Sacrifice an animal, which takes away some food but gives me gold. We have 76 food right now, so I could probably get away with doing a refuge call again. Because our food's going to degrade, but it gives me people to work with to get things done, like making sure that it fills up with food. Adding fish to the local area for the next fish catcher we get. Which we should be getting another one. It's in here somewhere. There it is. That's what I actually wanted one of those workers for, but I didn't have it in hand, so I didn't want to just leave the worker idle. It's very weird that they swim all the way out there to get in the boat. They don't take the boat out there. They just, oh, I gotta go get to the boat. God said I gotta get in that boat, so I'm gonna go get in that boat. I actually shouldn't have you standing directly next to that. Fill your wood storage before year 8. Well, it's currently year 4, so I got plenty of time on that. Go ahead and put the Vengeful Spirit down because he lasts 3 turns. He'll be able to help deal with whatever spawns here. Which is probably going to be either a single Conquistador or a single boat with a Conquistador in it. Do another animal sacrifice to get more gold. Because our current food eating rate is not an issue. Put out some more. I don't have any spare workers for more laborers at the moment. I'm gonna go ahead and preemptively put a laborer up here for when we have spare workers to work towards filling that food storage. Because you'll get a special buff whenever you fulfill their prayers, and you'll get a special debuff if you don't fulfill their prayer. So make sure to do the job. Oh, it actually was some Aztecs. Huh. Go, my vengeful spirits. Defeat the evil that has arrived on our lands. Now you'll notice when we're being invaded, production stops. Everybody runs into their houses. So that's why you gotta get rid of invasions fast. It also makes people sad because, you know, they don't like being invaded. Who knew? I don't have a lot of work to work with in my hand here. There we go. Now everybody will go back to work. And all my numbers will normalize. I'm starting to think I should have actually had that granary. Oh well. Too late to worry about that now. We'll go ahead and spend some of that food to get some more gold, though, for harvest time. Get the temple. These temples are going to be useful to us later. Don't need the storehouse, because all that's going to do is make my prayer goal harder. So let's not do that. We do want that. We, of course, want free gold from pilgrimage. Horn. Don't need tombs. Tomb is good for getting rid of cards that you don't need. I don't really do that. I just play the cards out. That's not really a thing for me to focus on using. Oh, I spent too much gold. I didn't expect the temple to come up immediately. We might have a play here, though. Ah! Bing! 33 gold. This is why Pilgrimage is a good card to have, because it's just genuinely just free gold. Another corn farm in over here. You can't actually connect them, unfortunately, to make them, like, better without having more workers go into it. I don't want to connect that up right now because our food is full. But now, when I need it, and I have any land available, I can just connect that up, and suddenly food. Gold. Stack up the second temple here. Further increase our happiness cap. I don't have more housing, otherwise I would use refuge to make more people so more work can get done, but I also don't have more work for them to do. So it's not really a concern. Now we can get 16 wood and start making better headway towards our goal. Because the year's almost over. There we go. 45 wood. We can get another 33 gold, so we're capped on gold. And you'll notice every time we do things like pilgrimages and such, all of the people do a little dance too. Which includes them dancing on water. Don't worry about it. One wonders how they can do that, but magic. What happened to my one noble? Did he die? My one noble died. He may have been one of the ones that starved. Real shame, that one. Okay, I don't need pilgrimage again right now. Come on now. Really loves just showing up all the time, huh? There we go. Prayer has been answered. Your civilization has entered a period of prosperity. For the next 8 turns, gain 3 gold when you play a... God damn it! I have full gold. I don't need to get gold when I play a card. Usually it's get faith for playing a card, which is why I wanted it, because it would allow me to get more free redraws. We also apparently have more people than we can house, and I don't know how that happened. Where did more people come from? I didn't play Refuge, did I? No, it's still right there. Still with 2 charges. Weird. I guess I must have gotten more followers as the year went, and it just didn't care about the population cap. Which is bizarre. Here, go work on the corn farm. Till I figure out what to do with you. Thankfully, I'll be able to spend my gold now. Okay, I have all the wonders I need. I just need to get them onto the field. Divine Inspiration was always a very useful one in my other run. Not so important here. Our happiness is doing pretty good. I don't think I'm going to worry about that. I don't really need the heavy rain right now. I could get a storehouse to get more wood to make making the wonders a little easier. Yeah, you know what? They're cheap. We'll go ahead and get one of them down. This way, the wood that the laborers are generating isn't wasted as well. Because right now, it's doing nothing. It's just generating stone and wood, and the wood's just getting thrown in a hole. Let's get another fish catcher. So I don't necessarily need as many people working in the corn farms. The noble house. I was debating between the noble house and the temple. Oh yeah, Loki just kind of shows up sometimes in challenge mode whenever you're low on something. I remember someone telling me a quote about the love of money, and you know what? I love money. I've got lots of it. It's so shiny. But I'm not greedy. I'll share it with you, so long as you don't mind giving me a few of those cards of yours. So yeah, I could sell him some of my cards for 4 gold each because I'm low on gold right now. But I have no need to do that, so I'm not doing that. That's another way to get rid of cards you don't want, though. He'll also occasionally show up to, like, offer you stone or offer you wood, depending on whatever you're low on. I don't think he ever offers you people. But that's neither here nor there. And I built this laborer to get wood, and it hasn't needed to get wood. So let's put some stone over there so he has more of a purpose. And we'll pull some of these corn farmers. Do that job. Is this... Oh yeah, I never reactivated this laborer after the Great Starvening. That is a thing that happened, huh? Whoopsie. Our god is a lazy god, he fucks it up. Yeah, that's some negative happiness there now. I might get demolished and start removing noble houses. Just to, like, clean up the general layout of things. Third temple. Don't have the storehouse yet, so the wood is useless. The gold summoning will help, but that one won't right now. Right, the noble, I think, counts as a worker, because you'll notice I had a worker and a noble. And then when I sent the laborer off to work, the noble disappeared too. Interesting. Oh, there's the storehouse. Just chuck that down here. It might get eaten if things attack, and you know what? That's a risk I'm willing to take. Making people sadder, but it's okay. Now we got lots of people space. I'm gonna keep the Atl warrior around. I'm just gonna move him up here so he's not in the way. There we go. Plenty of space for people to move in to do work. We're gonna get 3 people this turn. That's fine. Mobile house. More fishing. There we go. We're only losing 11 a turn again now. Because it should mean that we're never gonna run out of food with these 3 fishing boats and the corn farms bolstering at every harvest. As long as nothing bad happens to either of the two. And I've just cursed myself with that sentence, but you know, that's how you do things around here. Now we can go ahead and summon more wood. Which that's the other reason for having lots of food on hand, is to be able to keep sacrificing things. Yeah, you know what? Refuge. Now we're losing more food again, but that's fine. We'll put 1 more worker in each corn farm. In that noble house, and we're gonna get that research library back up and running. Now we have a noble without a laborer. Is it just when I run out of laborers completely that a noble takes up the slack? Huh. Interesting. We're just going into the new year, so I have no reason to pilgrimage. We may as well connect this up to get the food. Bolster things up for now, because we shouldn't have a major issue as far as that goes anymore. This will also all count as my island for the purposes of enemy spawning, so enemies might spawn like all the way up here and have to make a trek down to things that I care about. Which will work out great for keeping them occupied. Most importantly, keeping them off my ass. Actually... populate that. Do I have 2 guys in there already? I do. Discover card. And give me Fury, give me Granary. I don't really need clearing. We're starting to generate enough faith as well that we can actually just redraw when I want to, instead of feeling bad about it. We don't have any Stells still, so my clever plan involving that has not been working out. Yeah, we are very temporarily low on food, and then suddenly 150. Everything is fine. Need to get more stone harvesting going, because that's the thing that's holding us back from getting all kinds of good things going with our wonders. Which those delve cards are huge, by the way, because they'll give you any unlocked card straight to your hand. Other than wonders, of course. It giving you wonders would be cheating. Grab the granary, because the granary will also allow me to bypass the problem we've been having of our current food loop. Ooh, noble birth. Gain 1 noble for each noble house in range. That could actually be useful. Especially if we start getting priests. Another copy of refuge, so I can continue making my population explode when I want to. Yeah, the problem is we're running into an issue of we just don't have what I need unlocked anymore. So I need to actually start putting that research to work harder. We'll grab this Miracle Harvest as a just-in-case measure. It is year 7 already as well, which is not great. Okay, so they're spawning there, right next to my noble houses. Of course they are. Nobles have pissed somebody off. Shock, horror, and surprise there, right? Go ahead and get some pilgrimage money. Boom, instantly full money. Apparently prosperity was still going? Huh. That was only 3 turns. Maybe it meant 3 years. I don't think my turns have been going that slowly. Maybe they have, though. What do I know? Granary. Common house. Makes people sadder, but it's okay. Chuck this laborer off into the stone pile. We can get the standing stones and just make our faith go stupid, so, boom. 185 faith available. And our Delve card. Which gets us... out of what we have in here... See, I actually probably should have held on to this Delve card for a bit longer. We'll go ahead and turn that into another temple. For the time being. A wiser man might have grabbed another Atlatl warrior for the enemies that are showing up. But that's what Vengeful Spirits are for. Earth. We have some nobles for the future. The fish catcher. Keep pushing down the degrade rate of our food. I do need a worker available for this Atlatl warrior. Farmer, you are now going to fling spears at our enemies. Good luck. Discover... Yeah, since we're starting to get attacked, let's discover that. Actually, discover all of these, because we can. All of those will be useful to me. We got the room for it, so we'll go ahead and just miracle harvest 125 food. Poof. This is why having lots of faith is important, because I can just start magicking everything else I need into existence. Ridiculous. If I had more money space, I would just pilgrimage up some more money. Poof, I now have all the workers I need to do everything I was gonna do. Which is actually currently nothing, because I already solved those problems. But I can get more stone this way. And we'll just keep the other two workers in the pocket for the moment, for when I inevitably need them. Actually, I have enough people space that I could refuge again. That's starting to get a little spicy on the negative food there, so let's not push our luck that hard, shall we? Oh, there's relocate. That'll actually be good. Hulch warrior. I don't really want the earthquakes from that, but the stone is useful. Number 4. Make my sacrifices really potent. Actually, there we go. Temple number 5. Oh, it's 3 Aztecs, huh? That's a problem. They got 5 hit points. So they're probably going to actually cause problems here. Just bear in mind, I didn't actually get a copy of Relocate yet. And we don't have any Stella, so I can't actually buff my guys. I can put a Vengeful Spirit here that can hit him, so that'll help. But we're just in a really bad position combat-wise. I'm just trying to think, is there anything left in the deck that I could pull out of my back pocket here to try to do something? The answer is technically yes, actually, because what we can do is this. And then this. Which will at least help kill another one. Because these guys attack up to 3 enemies, so they're attacking both of them. So actually that cleans the board. Or as long as they split their attacks appropriately. Nope, they didn't. But that does sweep the one that was going to get to attack something important, so that's fine. If my units were a little smarter, that would have actually worked out perfectly. But they're unfortunately not that smart. Since we have lots of faith, we do want lightning, because that'll let me kill enemies myself. We don't really need the food sacrifice, but we'll get it anyway just in case. Give me demolish so I can get rid of some things that I don't want. Give me that. Need more of those at the moment. relocate that. 4 of these things, and that's all my money. There's 30 stone. There we go, that's the 9th ritual, so Blood for the Gods is done. And you get another god power whenever you complete one of your goals. Ooh. So, Solar Eclipse. This turn, warriors gain Fury when you redraw with a trade card in hand, or Spoils of War. Gain a random trade card for each enemy killed since this card was last played. So that would be 3 right now. So that could actually be handy. We have more enemies coming. A lot more enemies. I thought this was only when I did multiple of my goals, but apparently this time it's, hey, you completed a goal, we're gonna come kick your ass. So that's a problem. You reposition to fight him. You're gonna be able to take care of business there. And these exclamation points mean these enemies are coming now. Just so you know. Just in case you were wondering about that. And this noble house is about to get attacked, so we're just gonna demolish it out from under him. He's gonna attack the other one instead if he survives. But I'm just trying to get these out of here because I didn't want them there particularly to begin with. Not that I want these two here either. But beachfront property is suddenly not something that is desirable. So we're gonna start working on that problem. We're just gonna start deploying warriors around. Pick this noble house up and move it inland, away from the townsfolk as well, so they're a little less upset. Get another research library going. As you'll notice, it's taking more and more research to get a research card. Three trade cards from Spoils of War. Perfect. And I can get my Great Tomb up now, too, so that's even more faith. So I have 260 faith and a delve if I had the money for it. Put this other noble house up here, too. So I can cycle all I want. We're going to be cycling for a bit here. Relocate this noble house away, too. Correct a lot of our happiness down inside. Give me all the money I need. Go ahead and sacrifice an animal for some more stone. I could build even more temples, but let's not worry about that right now. Let's get a Colosseum for our third wonder. Just go ahead and aggro the shit out of the enemy at this point. I just need 12 followers and 90% or higher happiness. We've been doing terrible as far as happiness goes, so we're gonna have to start working on that. Card to hand right now. Give me another Makarito warrior. So I'm gonna need an army to fend off our problems with here. We'll reposition him when I know what we're actually dealing with here. We can get more trade. Actually, no, because we just played this without killing anything, so that won't do anything right now. Is there anything I do want to demolish to make some space or do anything, really? Answer is... go ahead and demolish that because I put down a bunch of noble houses. I don't really need more temples, but what if I had more temples? I have 6 temples now, so every sacrifice we make just absurd. There's our other delve. So let's go ahead and get ourselves another warrior. Down here is going to be the big problem. so I'm gonna put you there because you can reach to help out with that issue. And we'll put some land in over here. Oh. Why'd the icons all disappear? I don't know if I broke it when I did that. Considering they're still saying attacking from all sides, I'm going to assume that they're still coming. Oh, we got beeswax for free. Go ahead and get more stone again. This has all been one turn, by the way, in case anybody's been keeping track. We've gone full Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point, where I can just cycle my deck like 30 times. My opponent doesn't get to play the game, and I eventually say I won. And after my opponent probably is already bored and going home. Oh, that's a lot of bad. Play the rain card 2 times before year 11. So that's a lot of scary things suddenly, yeah. This is a problem. Well, good news, we can actually utilize the earthquake here. So a bunch of these guys only have 1 hit point now. So that should help. And summon a Vengeful Spirit over here to help out as well. You only attack 1 enemy, so let's move you over so you focus on helping deal with that one. You can't win this fight, and that's a problem. We got Conquistadors coming from over here as well, but they're not a current issue, so let's focus on the ones that are an immediate problem. No, don't stand there. So you do 4. They'll both take 4. I wish I had a way of generating some fury right now. You're probably gonna get killed standing there, so stand there so you hit that one and live. Rid of that rock. So I can put the Atlatl here. He might die to the Comatose, but he'll kill these 2 is the important thing. And we've got the Lizard Boys coming in from up top, but they'll take a while before they get anywhere, so we don't need to worry about them yet. Oh good, my lightning. What do I do with the lightning? Better question. The answer, we actually hit this guy with lightning, is now you club him once, that's over. So that's solved. Let's go ahead and get that storeroom out of there now. Because that removes their target, so they'll just move. Move if they survive. Which they won't. Ooh, there we go, Axe Warrior. Shame that we can't grab one of those right now, but it's okay. We have killed the guys that were up here before now, so you here to help out with this as well. So actually, you no longer need to be here. So you're gonna go over here to start picking at these guys to whittle them down. Thankfully, despite it being all sides, these 2 sides weren't being attacked. Because it technically is left and right down here, because their main goal is killing your shrine. The amount of damage they do to your village along the way is usually a bonus. Though they all have particular priorities as well, and bonuses, like the Conquistadors steal gold, Aztec steal trade cards, Comatose attack housing unless your shrine's closer. And these guys gain strength after attacking. Two trade cards. Ooh, I got Jades for some free gold. Hooray. I don't think I have much of anything left in my back pocket here to do anything too impressive. I did, however, cycle back to some more lightning. Because remember, those are reusable. We'll go ahead and throw a Vengeful Spirit down over here to help clean that up as well. I think I'm doing the math well enough for all the rest of these problems. This guy's an issue, but he's going to be busy there fighting trees, because he's just going to be fighting his own inner demons for a little while before he gets anywhere. Actually, you know what? Speaking of fighting your own inner demons, fight your outer demons too. Have fun with that. And you know what'll keep these guys busy? A bunch of rocks. Have fun. There we go, that's one of them down. Multiple bats down. Where the hell is he going? The fact that they can swim does make their pathing not quite line up the way I think it should. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Are you going for the boats? Are you gonna be a dick? Is that what you're doing here? He's got a lizard hiding under him. Spawns a copy of itself if it's taken damage that turn. Hate that. Oh no, I know what happened. I fucked up. I fucked up bad. You know how I completed 2 of the tasks back to back? It spawned both waves back to back. This was a mistake. We're gonna have our work cut out for us here. The good news is we can get a harvest so we can actually, like, summon up a bunch more troops. But, this is gonna get ugly. Blast the boat thief over here, because he's gonna be a dick. Spoils of War a bunch of trade cards to hopefully keep our resources going. Sacrifice for a bunch of food because our food production is dead right now. Ooh, happiness when I redraw that. Nice. I don't think I have anything left up my sleeve other than more lightning. But that'll get rid of the guy that's going for the boats. Go ahead and sacrifice a worker for more food because we have more people than we can contain right now. Yeah, I think that's all the tricks I have up my sleeve right now. Let me just look at the lay of the land for the fight here, and then we'll end turn. These guys are going to be a whole ass issue, because I don't have anything to fight them with. Arguably, I should have been throwing my lightning up there, but that would only be single target lightning, and it wouldn't have killed any of them. So I'm better off cleaning up down here and then hopefully being able to build a more united front up here by the time they get here. So actually, I should do one thing with that thought. I don't think I have enough land cards left. I was going to build a bit of ground here for my troops to fight when those guys get closer. This is going to be a problem right here. You only have 1 hit point, so you're a non-issue. You need to die. So you two come over here to deal with him. Thing is, I need to kill one of these in the turn that it's hit. Otherwise, it reproduces. You're gonna hit both of these, so that's fine. That guy dies. I need to doing 6 right now. I need the the clubman here for this turn. So what we're gonna do is move you here, move you here. Everybody, as long as they focus fire, will kill him. But they might not focus fire, and that's gonna be the problem. You guys are gonna be occupied with either that tree or going on an adventure, so you're not my immediate concern. So let's move you here to deal with the more immediate concern. Because they're gonna start chewing through my men. See, this situation is what I wanted the ability to generate a bunch of fury for, so we could just start clearing the board. But I mistimed everything, so things have gone wrong. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Order of operations with these units and them being fucking stupid. So now I'm gonna have a second copy of that thing to deal with. Okay, one's heading towards us, the other one's heading for the boats. These guys are just making their way downtown. Oh, the Temple District is in such danger. Oh, they went for the Adel. Of course they did. Need that, but that'll actually be useful. Give me the Axe Warrior. Give me that. Yes, Meteor Storm. That. I may have to start earthquaking. I don't really want to, but it might be the move. I got the Workers to spare to summon up an army, though, so we're just gonna grab a bunch of copies of soldiers right here. We can actually present a proper front. There we go, fury for every temple. We're going to war. They wanted a fight, they're gonna get a fight. And somehow I'm drawing none of it anyway. There we go, there's all the boys. Gotta have faith is another stupid powerful card. 3 gold for tons of free faith. Increase the max health of all the buildings in range. Sure, filler land, sure. So let's see. You guys are doing pretty well. You don't need to be there anymore. You're gonna go join this line up here because the Axe Warrior is gonna take your spot and sweep that. You don't need to be there anymore either. So you come over here and help out with this problem. You don't need to be next to that, so don't be next to that. You're gonna deal with that. Actually, no, you want to be here so you can hit multiple of them. Because they're not going to be going and threatening them directly immediately. So it's better that I have them able to pick at these guys a bit ahead of time. Speaking of picking at them... Don't worry about the fact that I'm out of workers, we can solve that problem. There you go. One hit from him will take care of that. That solves that problem. I'm starting to run a little low on faith. There's the Fury. Okay, suddenly all of my math has changed. Because all my warriors are suddenly doing shitloads of damage. So you're gonna sweep this mess on your own. You don't... This guy doesn't need to be here anymore. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. So you go over here to help. This gets cleaned up. These two get to continue partying on. That's fine. You're gonna actually do pretty well here, especially if I give you a little bit of fire support in the form of literal fire. So now he sweeps both of them. These Atlatls suddenly just start shitting on everything. So actually I want to put you here. This is what I wanted Fury for, because suddenly the entire scope of this fight has changed. I should have put down one more temple before engaging Fury mode, but it's fine. Let's see. You're gonna kill that. These two kill that. He'll help in case stupidity ensues here. This is under control. Yeah, we've actually regained control of this entire situation. We have these two clowns still existing, but that's a problem to solve in a moment. Turn order apparently did a funny there. I don't need money, Loki. Go away. Goddamn Lone Shark Loki over here. The rage continues, so you go there, you clean all of that out. With me. You have enemies to dispose of. I disagree with the fact that my Makuhito warrior there got killed. You're gonna kill both of those. You're fine. We're good. Good. That's gonna clean up the remaining problems. Let's discover some more stuff. Discard your hand and draw 5 single-use land cards. Sure. Pull a lot of wood. No. We will get the sacrifice to Yum Yum. Why not? Let's get a bunch of free trade cards. It's 12 trade cards from Spoils of War. Just flooded my deck with trade cards. And my people are actually, like, stupid happy, so we're actually still on track for getting the consecutive turns of happiness, despite the invasion. They've probably been really enjoying watching the massacre occur out here. There we go. We have won the war, and we have to perform ritual to Itzamna before year 13. I think we do have that ritual. So that should be fine. And we're gonna go ahead and actually just recall most of these troops. I'm gonna keep the Atlatls, as those are my favorites. Most of the melee guys and the short-range guys are just gonna get recalled. I'll keep one Axe Warrior just in case. But a lot of the injured guys especially are gonna get recalled out. They've done their duty for the people here. And the Vengeful Spirits will despawn after another turn or two. I'm just compiling all of them into one place so I know how much I have to work with. And how much, if I suddenly have a worker crisis again, I can pull in order to fix said worker crisis. But hey, we took out all of that mess just fine. We are probably going to get in trouble for the rain card thing, unless I can fish out my heavy rain quickly. There we go, that's one. There's all the warriors. That's going to be one problem, is that's now going to be a hand clog. Oh, happiness when I redraw. Okay. So we're about to win here in 2 turns, so it doesn't matter. Except our happiness just took a big hit. There we go. Yay, 6 food whenever you play a card. Why did our happiness just take such a huge hit? Oh. I see the problem. I think when the spirits despawned, they counted as unit deaths. So everybody was sad. Rituals cost happiness? No, rituals make people happy. Which makes sense. It's based on their beliefs. So yeah, we made up for the lower food, and we made up for the sadness, so everybody's perfectly fine. And I don't even need to do this because we've won. Go away, Loki. We didn't win because we actually got knocked under the threshold, apparently, at some point. Why did it drop? Why did it drop again? It shouldn't have dropped in time. Fuck's sake. I feel like I got screwjobbed on that one because the turn it ticked over, it should have been the winning turn. But it didn't count it. So I got shafted. Great. Great. Now I have more work to do. I have to spend 8 more turns in this reality. And I have to fix the happiness issue. Guess I'm gonna start stabbing more people. Where are more of my sacrifice people cards? Just gonna set my population on fire to make the people happy. If I'd known I was gonna get screwjobbed there, I wouldn't have skipped that harvest. Oh, people are unhappy because people are fucking unemployed. You know what? That makes sense. Do I even have any jobs left for people to do? I don't think I do. Am I gonna have to, like, rebuild a standing army just so you guys have something to do so you stop whining? There we go. Go farming. There. That's where the negative happiness was coming from. God damn it. That is on me. But at the same time, I still think it should have counted. One of your followers has been killed. Oh, it must be just reacting to the guy that got sacrificed, or it was because of the excess population. Which apparently in the new year I'm getting 5 more people. I don't know why people are moving in when there's no houses. Stupid goddamn people. How are we looking? 2 out of 8. You know, fine. I got excess population. I'm gonna start sacrificing the excess population then. I don't even care that I don't need these things. I'm just gonna do it to buff the happiness. They're just gonna get pissy when they don't have any houses anyway. Congratulations, you've all volunteered to be ritual sacrifices. Oh, there's no more cards to be discovered. I was wondering about that for a second there, Zary. Just like, what? What do you want about? Yeah, we'll hit another harvest. I'll actually pick cards this time, since apparently the game's gonna tell me to piss off. Hey, the sign said no vacancy, and they decided to come in anyway. That it's on them for not realizing what the no vacancy meant. They're doing the townsfolk a great service by getting on the altar and getting stabbed. Their sacrifice will be remembered for the next few minutes before the next one needs to happen. Totally not grabbing a lot of sacrifices with that exact plan in mind at all. Nope. Not in the slightest. Gonna be sacrificing lots of people. Four more consecutive turns. More human sacrifices. Oh no, enemies are approaching. With my 18 Fury warriors over here. Okay, there are enemies approaching from 2 locations. This is why we check these things. I think I broke this a little bit. I'll be honest, I think I might have broke it a little. There comes a point where you just have to question whether this is even fair. More human sacrifice. More human sacrifice. Sacrifice a chicken just so the people don't feel as bad. Yeah. One more turn. So this attack's not even gonna matter. They're gonna attack and I'm just gonna leave. Oh yeah, I didn't make the sacrifice to it's a Amna, because I don't think I actually have one. I made lots of sacrifices, but I think that's not a god I have a sacrifice to in the deck. Nope, don't have it. Real shame. Oh no, we are being invaded. Victory. Here's the thing though, there is a catch. We actually have to fight one more battle. We have to face our doom. We'll get into what that means here in a second. Making my units stronger. You guys can sweep these guys just fine. This is fine. Let them move up. This is already fine. I'm just moving my Atlatls so that they don't get screwed by turn order. Since they don't gain health from Fury, they only gain attack. And there's our doom. We'll deal with that in a second. Yahoo! Gains health equal to Fury added to warriors within a 5x5 range. Fury on warriors halves every turn. So he's designed exactly to counter that, which makes sense. He also ate the 2 that were here, huh? The fact that he just kind of appeared and got to attack immediately is kind of a dick move, not gonna lie. But the Fury has to be added within his radius, so we just move our units away from him, add Fury, and then come back. So that's not really a concern. We still have enough to deal with these guys. It's just gonna take the 2 of them to deal with that. So you deal with that. it's time to go on a war footing again. Now only one of you needs to be here. So you get ready to go on the attack against Yahui here. It's kind of funny. I broke the final encounter of the other challenge as well. I just kind of bled him to death and had a bunch of towers sitting there or harassing him until he fell over. I don't know why I got another one of them. They don't have enough reach to be of much use here. There we go. There's more fury. We're just hurling our population at him. Yeah, you know what? Go ahead and rain on his parade, too, in case I pull another lightning. And I'm out of faith anyway, never mind. Alright, so... you, take up a position here, because you can reach him from there. No, you can't. You can reach him from there, though. Let's see, you have 18 attacks, so you're going face-to-face with him. Thing is, this is one of the boss enemies without a healing mechanic, so he doesn't stand a chance. He'll kill some of my men in the process, but he's going to die. Because he only has 7 attack, and he just lowers fury fast. That's his only real thing that he's got going on. And this guy will kill the 2 of them, so that's a non-issue. And I have spare clubmen to take up the slack once the clubman there dies. Oh, he has more range than I thought, though. Yeah, I know, the prayer was ignored, so now discontent has arisen. Real shame about that one. Anyway, I win. I've claimed that I won a few times now, but I win. And I killed him myself. And we get 264 MC out of it. As you can see, not exactly high on the leaderboard because the people that are higher on the board probably set up additional challenges and such on their setups. Did get a big quick completion bonus though, because apparently that was fast. But if we go here to card unlocks, we can get... Oh, is that why I couldn't get the Stellas? Is because they were all hidden here in the unlocks? Why even have that god power available if they're not available? That shouldn't be a default god power if half your mechanics are locked. God damn it. How do I look at the unlocks first? Yeah, as you can see, I grabbed a few things for the first one. Because all the card unlock pools are separate. Yeah, they just took the things you learn about in the tutorial and put them in here. Alongside some other things. That's not that great. Did not realize that until now. Oh, neat, cavalry. Look at that! Attacks weakest enemy within a 5x5 range. They'll actually target intelligently instead of targeting random bullshit. There's that Torii gate we had before. Ooh, Samurai in range will no longer automatically return to your hand. Didn't know that they did that. Didn't have any. Gives a boost to units in range. Oh, there's also heavy cavalry. Their horse is protected. That's why they're heavy cavalry. Also 2 more attack, 2 more or health. Well, I feel like I kind of need these Stellas. Ooh. Getting extra lightning damage is neat, though the fact that it costs 2 more faith per redraw. I don't know about that. I've just had a realization. What if the ritual that I didn't have that I needed for the quest was in here somewhere? Just had that awful thought occur to me. And there's that palace we had in the tutorial as well. The idol, that's so helpful. Yeah, you're the one that earned these, so we'll go ahead and spend it on you. There's the fucking beehives up here. There's the Ahu that gives us Fury. Merchant gives you a bunch of free gold. Oh, that's ridiculous. Every time you redraw your hand, gain a follower. With how easy it is to just generate, like, infinite faith, almost. That's absurd. You could break that so well. Like, you can do some real dumb nonsense with that. I wonder if the card unlocks are specifically only for challenge mode. Nah, because the card unlocks are listed here too, so they probably do apply for horde mode. I wonder why the Faunus thing is here. The other knights might be around elsewhere. Like, obviously the Hephaestus one's there, but that's fine. That's for iron. Iron's not that important in all cases, at least. Ooh, combined Demeter and Dionysus one. That's nice. And at least the statue itself isn't locked. Curse is what did turn out to be useful, so we'll go ahead and take that. Grab the villa. I wanted to see what was higher. Yep, the other knights are up here. Way to teach people the main mechanics of a group and then lock all those main mechanics, game. That's kind of making me turn against this one a little bit, I'll be honest. That seems less than ideal. Cavalry for you and rejuvenate. This way everybody has some stuff unlocked. We're 3 hours in. Let's see. Challenge mode is the most interesting, but we haven't shown off horde mode at all yet. So we'll go ahead and do a horde mode. And you know what? We did just unlock a unit for Inari, so we'll go ahead and do it with Inari. Okay, there's also points to be spent on getting these as well. Your starting cards look like. Houses, export, research library, land, Kikori, forest. Makes sense. There is room for 2 more cards, so I can actually just start with 2 other things. And I've definitely been doing this the hard way by not having all 12 starting cards, probably. Oh, you need samurai houses in order to be able to play samurai. That makes a degree of sense, but it seems incredibly inconvenient. They are useful, though. They attack all adjacent enemies. Trying to make sure to pick things that won't just win this immediately, but will also be useful. Go ahead and grab a big land because we're gonna need space. Let's go ahead and grab the castle as well, actually. Is a lot of other things rely on having a castle, so if RNG said no castle, it'd be a problem. So yeah, how this works is you just get attacked every year until you lose. As you can see, our starting island kind of fucking blows. Once again, this is why having a big land was a good idea. I can immediately connect up to another landmass and start to dig out of that hole. Getting the castle immediately was not exactly what I wanted either. We'll put the castle up here. So we don't even have the right housing to utilize the castle immediately. But it gets it out of the way in terms of concerns. Sure, we have enough rice. Go ahead and export some to have enough gold for this harvest. Be more effective. The Kakari. Grab the standing stones immediately, though we may not have the stone for that anytime quick. With that quarry. All of those. There we go. I was gonna say, give me one of the houses that go to the castle, damn it, so I can actually have the capacity to do something with that idea. Ooh, Musketeer Ashgaru. Sure, we'll take one of those. Oh, they attack every other turn, though, because, you know, you gotta load the musket. That makes sense. There's a lot of good ideas in this game, and a lot of things that make sense, but that whole... The unlock system has done a little bit against it. Ooh, Thunderstorm. Deal 1 damage and apply 1 stack of wet to all enemies in range. I see the idea there. You douse them with 1 Thunderstorm, and then you can throw it again to keep stacking the damage, basically. Let's go ahead and have you guys start chopping wood. We can get even more money. Discover the textile merchant since we have the Chonin house. I don't really need these warehouses, but we'll discover them for the future anyway. Even though it does add to the pool, which could cause problems. Quarry in place. Don't have enough room for the rice field, though. I fucked up. So we'll have to figure that out in the future. Though right now we're not out of rice, so it's a-okay. Just means I'm not putting the rice stalls down yet. Alright, here's the attack, and my Kakori ran away, because that's what they do. I forgot we were at the end of the year already. So I need somebody that'll fight. There he is. Shoot the boat. I could also just strike it with lightning. But I don't have to. He'll shoot it. And that'll take care of the Viking. I do like that the boats actually have different stylizations, so you can tell who's in the boat. I'm a little sad that that didn't make a sound specific to the gun, though. And this is the other thing unique to Horde mode. You'll actually get combat units as reinforcements every year. You only get to pick one, though, before anybody gets excited like, holy hell, they're filling out with so much stuff. You get to pick one thing out of what's listed here. In my particular case, I'm going to take this Yari Ashigaru because that's something I can guarantee to use. Otherwise, I would take, like, the Archer Samurai, probably, but he needs a Samurai house, and I don't have that. We'll take that as a guaranteed unit to use. Take these, I don't really... sure, we'll take all of them. Oh, my Ashigaru got recalled, though. Why did they get recalled? Let's say on them... Wait, there we go. Will automatically return when no enemies are present at the start of your turn. Okay, that's fine. Does mean that you'll need to actually be able to pull him to hand when you need him, but we are good at cycling, so we'll be fine. There's my rice field for people to work in. Get that rice going so we can actually keep the exports flowing. That is being done. Why would I even question whether the research was being done? I already discovered a bunch of cards. Brain. Do we need to have a talk? I have no available workers, though, to start cutting wood again. Or getting stone. They're all getting rice, so let's pull one of them off of that. Have somebody start chopping wood again. Until we get invaded. Which is not going to be long. Get the well for happiness. I don't need that right now. We're not really hurting for gold because of the rice thing, so I'm not going to worry about the pilgrimage. We will grab a cherry blossom tree for the future. No, I'm not going to worry about that. Ooh, 1 rice to 3 gold, 3 happiness, though, with the theater. I do actually want that. That'll be useful. Get a textile merchant for the future as well. Despair musketeer. Because inevitably we're going to start getting heavy enough attacks, I'm going to need multiple fighters. So let's just start getting a little ahead of the curve there. Don't need another castle, but a second well and a second rice field might be good. More land is always good. I could start getting some palisades going as well. Let's actually grab reinforce. I have an idea. I need to uncrowd this area down here a bit, though, because otherwise it's going to get problematic when enemies start piling around us. And we do want the rice stall. Right now we'll break even, but that reduces our food drain. I realized we were having a food problem again. Which also means my theater plan's not gonna work. Oh, this doesn't have an area effect or anything, it just exists. Beautiful. We'll just put it down here then. Because we don't need the happiness yet, I just wanted to have it available. The cherry blossom tree by itself over there. Yep, here come the enemies. We're gonna need more than that musketeer to handle that. Oh, interesting. We were able to get them as reinforcements, but we don't actually have access to them yet. And grab all of those. Second musketeer will do the job. You need to pull somebody from a job to get him. There we go. One of you shoots 1 each, and you'll be good to go. If you both shoot the same one, you know what? You have done that to yourselves at that point. If the village gets depopulated at that point, you will have to remember that you did this. That's all there is to it. You made this mess. There we go. Now they'll return to their daily lives. Some more of the spearmen. Oh, gain 16 food plus 6 food for each cherry blossom in range. That seems incredibly useful. I suspect there's a catch, but you know what? Catch will probably be that we're never gonna see that card come up. We could also work our way over to the abandoned settlement there. What I'm probably gonna do is I am gonna reach out that way and just grab all 3 of these, because it gets us 3 more people, it gets us money from the ruins, and it gets us some free housing. So I don't have to be building my housing around my thing. This is just what generates faith for all the people that are placed there. It also makes a convenient shell to protect the shrine. Because, you know, people are more than happy to die for their god, right? You get back out there and get cutting wood like you were supposed to. You go out into the rice field. So we start gaining rice. I debated putting a second one into the rice stall, and since we are losing food, it's worth considering that idea. Yeah, you know, we'll keep equalizing that out and just gain food for a while, and then we'll start gaining rice once our food's a little more healthy. We need another rice field, so we can actually start using that theater to get people happier and then chain that along. Oh, there we go. There's the Hanami immediately. That'll solve all the food problems. Grab the fishing thing as well, just in case, though. 7 rice, sure. Put it away. Don't need another well ring. Oh, it can only be played in spring. I knew there was a catch. I forgot what that meant. Hey. Oh yeah, this is once again can't be placed within range of that. Good thing we have room around the shrine. Go 3 to 9 food. That'll help. What I can do is pull that down, put that in. We're only losing 1 food a turn, but we can start gaining rice. And then hopefully come springtime we'll be able to draw for the Hanami there and be in perfect shape. Which health you have? You have 4 health. Stab the witch with your spear. Yeah, because there's a bunch of random enemy types, like witches, Vikings, pirates of a couple different sorts, all those lizard men you saw in the last one. Handful of other different things. Anyway, stab. So that was easy enough. Let's start grabbing some lightning because I don't really need more troops at the moment. Oh good, we actually got lucky. Oh, that's also only a temporary thing. I for some reason thought that was just like somebody was just gonna sit there and make food with the cherry blossom trees somehow. I don't really know why I thought that's what that was going to do. Sometimes I'm stupid. I think that was as much a wishful thinking deal as anything. But now we have plenty of housing. So that's good. Get ourselves 1 more person out into the rice field, get 1 more into the fishing No, we'll put them into the rice stall instead. There we go. Because now we'll still be gaining 2 rice, so I can continue exporting occasionally, and we're gaining food instead of losing food. So all of our problems are solved. For now. And buff the max health of everything around the shrine. This also allows me to use Reclaim once without blowing my houses up. I'm just gonna fill this with cherry blossoms. Based on what we've learned. Ruins, delve deeper. Ooh. You've reached the end of the ruins. Through the darkness, you can see exactly what you've been hoping to find. You've found the following relic. Free lunch. The first card that you buy each harvest is free. Nice. Just in time for the harvest, too. Convenient timing. Yep, and there's our unlocked Yari-Ashigaru, which we're actually going to grab that for free, because I believe that costs more than 2 to get, so we'll go ahead and snag that. As our free choice, we're going to grab a Relocate. Rote. Must be placed inside the range of a castle, +1 happiness and +2 gold per worker when a Ningu card is played. Sure. Don't think I have anything for that, but we'll make it work. Got more land. I don't need Rockfall right now. More housing. Because we really only need the one Shonen house, so we can build the merchants around it. Because they're not actually like a specific type of worker. The house just needs to exist for the jobs to be doable. So we can kind of just ignore that. Cavalry discovered, sure. We want all of these. There you go. I was originally going to just reach out straight away, but let's actually make the ground here worthwhile along the way to grab the 3 people. Do I want to move the rice field? Because the rice field doesn't need to be over here. Because the rice field doesn't generate faith. It just needs to be adjacent to this housing type. So I could move it down here. So I have more room for faith generating housing. Give me that. Except I don't have the wood to replay it, so I'm an idiot. Because I keep forgetting that it puts it back in your hand. It doesn't just let you replay it for free. Oopsie. Well, that's what's commonly referred to as a dum-dum. Well, the good news is we're still gaining food. Somehow. How am I gaining food right now? I'm only getting 2 food there. Oh, right, because the rice stall's still running full tilt. Right. Which is not going to be a thing anymore. Because we no longer have rice making, so we're just going to go ahead and pull everybody from that, put them on fish, and it's just going to have to be what it'll be. For a few days. Which also makes me not as inclined to try to grab these 3 more people right now. You guys just hang out on that island for a little bit longer. If you could swim around like that, why don't you just swim over here? There's an island a foot away from you now. No, not interested? Okay. You do you. Can't say I didn't offer. 2 witches. Okay, I do have 2 spare workers to fight them with. 1. And there's 2. Okay, problem solved. I'll just keep planting more cherry blossoms for when we use the Hanamis. Stab. Stab. As you can see, Horde mode starts off pretty slow. It's not going wild yet. You go ahead and start cutting trees. I think I thought I was gonna have wood because I was so used to always putting another Kikori down, and then we had too many cards, so the Kikori didn't keep coming back up every time. So the loop no longer worked. Anything else I want to remove / move? I think so. I mean, I guess I could pick one of the houses up and chuck it over here for some more faith per turn. Sure, give me that. Except this needs wood too, and I'm a fool. But I have plenty of housing space, it doesn't matter. We just added more cards to the deck. Oh, the fishing platform's out of fish. That's bad news. That's very bad news. Well. No point you boys hanging around in there anymore. You know what would have been a good thing to use relocate for? That. Hey, look, relocate. Give me that. I do better than 3 to 9 anywhere. Doesn't look like it. There we go. We've solved the food crisis for the second, because we've just moved the fishing into a better place. It's okay, we'll distract the people with another well. They love their wells. We'll just put a new well in for them to look at, and they'll pretend everything's okay. I have no use for Archer Samurai because I have no Samurai house. The rate I'm going on food, another Haname might be a good idea. More people won't help because part of the reason people are unhappy right now is the fact that I don't have enough jobs for them to begin with. Let's get all this free wood, though. In hindsight, that would have solved a lot of my problems. But I forgot that there was an island with wood on it right there. I was too fixated on getting the additional people. Because usually we have a problem with not having enough people. There we go. Now we got a fully functioning rice field again. So we can get the rice stall back in action here soon. Oh, well, that's different. Oh, Yotanar, huh? 30 hit points. That's a yikes. Man with gun. That's gonna be your responsibility to deal with. You're only gonna do 6 damage, so he'll go down to 24. Not gonna be good enough. No, it's not. There's a man with a spear. How much damage did you do? 3. So you'll be able to tank 2 hits from him. That'll work. Send one of the nerds. Go forth and do battle, nerd. You will do a great job with your spear. I'll be able to fit a second rice field. Inconvenient. Okay. At the end of the day, it's fine, but it's inconvenient. He may still attack the house, because he targets shrine, so he may just go around him and just rush the theater. Let's go ahead and buff the theater by 1, which won't matter, but it'll help the other buildings survive. I did bad math, don't mind me. Stab. Bang. Yep, as predicted, he just ignored the spearman and went, nah. There we go, 50 food, that'll solve that problem. Additional spearman. Thing is, the musketeer's not gonna shoot this turn, so he's only gonna take 8. It'll put him down to 12, but then the turn after we win. And again, I can hit him for 1 there. Oh, that's not specifically lightning, so it doesn't count for the double damage. Of course, of course! Why would I think otherwise? Because, you know, it's totally not electric damage that should still count for that or anything, no. There's another nerd out there with a spear. The newest nerd just gets punched in the face. Oh, and now our fishermen are out of fish again. They deplete that fish fast. Oh, it's okay. You don't need to work there anymore. Get to work on feeding people rice again. This is about right diet-wise, isn't it? Rice and fish and fish and rice and rice and fish and fish and rice. That's just what's available. We could get 36 gold, or greed. Fire spreads every turn. Good. Good. I'm so glad. I don't know if that means it's gonna make fire every turn, or if it just means fire spreads a lot more whenever it does happen. You could go either way on that one, and I am disinclined to find out if I can help it. Currently gaining rice, and I have a spare worker, so let's have you do your thing. There we go. The enemy is gone. We'll get more workers to work with in a moment. These, that. Gotta have faith. The cavalry doesn't need anything special, so we will grab that. And he automatically returns at the start of winter specifically, so cavalry can't fight in winter in this world, which makes sense to a certain degree. Winter would not exactly be great for them. You want the fertility offering. Don't really need the rest of this. Also don't really want another rice field at the moment because I have nowhere to put it. Samurai house. I can finally start getting samurai. That'll help us hold the line better. Though we've been holding just fine so far. Hey, another god power. Let's see. Destroy trees in range. Each enemy in range takes damage equal to the combined health of the trees destroyed. Or move any non-boss enemy to any empty tile on your island. Let's just get the power to throw an enemy elsewhere. And there we go. With this placed here, I can actually put a rice field here now without being as upset about it. So that'll work. Get you on wood chopping. We can relocate the fishing thing again as well. Because we don't have fish summoning, so I keep having to relocate our fishing over and over. But hey, we're gaining food again. For now. Our research is stalled as a result, but one problem at a time, one problem at a time. Actually, since we're gaining food, come with me, 3 new people. I got work for you to do. Specifically, 2 of you are gonna be my new nerds. And 1 of you is gonna go be a dancer, I guess. There you go. Everybody's got work. Everybody's happy. We are also being invaded, so people are gonna have new work to do here in a second. So that thing is all the way at the other end of creation, so I'm just gonna, like, pitch some lightning at him. And just let him keep vibing for now. We'll worry about him in a bit. It's not an immediate concern. Now, is he the only enemy? He is the only enemy. Okay, you have fun over there, bud. You chose the wrong place to show up. You can just take your sweet-ass time getting here. And then I'll pull somebody off their job to kill you. In fact, it's time for somebody to shoot you already, because we've gotten some new people. So we'll just have the new people immediately go off to battle. They'll prove themselves worthy of being in our town, and by going and fighting for us immediately. Sounds fucked up when you put it that way, doesn't it? Oh well. Rice field. Meant to buff the other Hokura as well, but I'm zoomed out just slightly far enough that I couldn't tell that that wasn't gonna reach. I don't need more housing, I need more people. Whack. Whack. Problem solved. So now they'll recall automatically. Get more lightning. The wrong season for this, though I can get the faith and redraw. And I don't want the rest of this hand, so you know what? Sure. I don't want this hand either. Try again. Oh, right, the cavalry don't automatically recall. You know what? You can just hang out, it's fine. You're gonna recall when winter hits anyway. So, actually, yeah, I'll just recall you now, because this way you'll be a productive member of society in the rice field. That's gotta be some whiplash of experience right there. Riding into battle to save the town, and then immediately being put to work in the rice field when you come back. It's like, great job, kid, now get back out in the rice field. Like, but I'm a hero, and heroes need rice too. You have, like, infinite cycling with these seasonal cards, almost. Since it doesn't cost faith to cycle those. So I think it does remove the cards, so I might be shooting myself in the foot about that in the future. We'll see. Need any of that. The Colosseum wouldn't have been bad, but... gestures at empty wood and stone stockpile. I think that'd be a little bit of a problem right now. Now, the food storage from the Temple of Cow, though, I'm interested in, considering we've been having food problems. We still are having food problems. At this rate, though, let's go ahead and just pull everybody from the fishing platform because we have a second rice field. Another one on rice. We'll have to eat a hit here for a moment if I don't get the other rice stall to come up. But that is the intended plan, is to use the rice stall to fix this completely now that we have two rice fields. Because I have another rice stall, don't I? I do. I was pretty sure I had preemptively gotten a second one, which is why I didn't grab one in that last set. Not that it's showing up. It does exist. I assure you all that it does exist. You've seen it. But apparently it's gonna make me... It's just gonna gaslight me about it the whole way here. 3 witches now. Okay. Meanwhile, I shall discover things, I guess. Cavalry has arrived. They have 3 damage, so they can't kill the cavalry there. I can only do 3 damage with lightning, so that doesn't matter. Keep building the land while I'm at it. Spearman. The thunderstorm and the lightning would together do the job, but that's neither here nor there. 1 sec. Okay. There we go. Free faith. Yes, yes. Perfect. This way we can keep cycling in the hopes of getting... Oh, right, I don't have enough workers. I did have other fighters already in hand. Silly, silly brain. One of them. Go take care of that. This will be done before we know it. Is there anything else I want to do with this turn? Try to make it useful. Nah, we're good. Get 4 more people in the new year. If I could get cavalry, I would. But yeah, oh no, because even the samurai automatically return. They just last 4 turns instead of waiting for the enemy to be defeated. So there is no standing army for this faction. The longest you get a standing army for is just a couple turns. Interesting. 2 more followers. I know we're in starve mode right now, but don't worry about that. The extra followers are there for a reason. Is we can get a ton of rice, which will hopefully turn into a ton of food here in a second. When the rice stall shows up now. Well, we did get at Haname in the right time of year to spend our rice to get food so people don't starve. It still works. Not necessarily the way I intended it to, but it still works. This is when I cycled past the rice stall because I'm missing something for it and I didn't notice. Okay, I was right that I'm missing something for it, but I didn't cycle past it. That's a problem. I thought it was only 2 wood, not 4. The good news is we have a turn to solve that. Downside is that means my plan doesn't work yet. I'm continuing to expand out the island to fix the other issues. Oh. What can I put y'all to work doing to keep happiness up? You can get me some stone. I don't have a means of cutting wood without needing the specific card for it. So we can't get the wood we need yet. This is going to be the big problem. Where's Loki making fun of me about wood and offering to give me wood? Does he just not show up in this mode? He probably just doesn't show up in this mode. Okay, one of you rock cutters, go cut wood instead, please. Thank you. Okay, that means next turn we'll solve the rice problem. We're also going to be getting attacked soon, so... Problems upon problems upon problems. Why are we losing somebody? We're not starving yet. We're losing a lot of food, but we're not starving yet. Somebody panicking and just leaving the town because they're stressed out. It's a shame I can't turn enemies into food. Nope, we're just gonna have to make do with losing that one person. It's not really the biggest help. This actually will be a big help, because we've reinforced our town enough that I can reclaim without losing anything. This will help. Gain food equal to Nengu costs, because the Nengu costs have gone up a decent bit. Pillar Forest will help a little bit. Another one. Don't need a third rice field. Or relocate is helpful. Another cavalry. If we're gonna be using reclamation, we'll go ahead and grab the Colosseum. There we go, we can get the rice stall down. I just need to get some workers on that task now. More stone, give me the new making rice. Less research, more rice. Okay, that puts us going down to 0 food. That wasn't quite as good a plan as I thought. I should have remembered that that only can do 16 food, because the other one only does 16 food. This is an issue. This right here is what's commonly referred to as a fucking problem, because we're going into winter. And all the land adding in the world ain't gonna help that problem. Oh, there we go. There's 10 more food. That buys us a turn. Reclamation needs gold, and I don't have it. The fishing platform also needs gold. There's the relocate. We may as well pick up this fishing platform so we hopefully can get both of them down. Not that I have the workers for it, but one problem at a time. I can borrow the workers for that in a bit here. Oh, and it's winter, so the one cavalry unit I had hanging out just left. You... Sand. Okay, you've got range, so you start picking at these guys while they fuck around doing that. Can't get a samurai house, so that's an issue in and of itself. These guys do 8 damage, so these Yari Ashigaru are just gonna die, though, is the problem. And they only do 4 damage, so this is... this might be where we lose, if I'm honest. We're gonna have to be relying on the musketeers, but the musketeers do not have the fire rate for this. It's either that or I just sacrifice a bunch of workers, which, based on what you see me currently doing, you might get an idea of which move I'm going for here. Is actually, this will work out in our favor somewhat, because losing a bunch of workers also means we have less mouths to feed. Not exactly what I want to think about, but, you know, sometimes that's what you gotta do. Speaking of... Hey, you. Come with me. You're over there now. Have fun getting through that forest. I'll deal with you later. I've just made him into a future problem instead of a current problem. Because I think all these guys combined will kill him. Yes, okay. Thunderstorm. So I can kill this one myself. You're gonna have to reload, so you're useless this turn. Hopefully he'll reload without a target. You're also going to be reloading, which makes you useless. I suppose the clever play would be to recall them. Recall them and replace them with fresh units. Because then that skips the reload. Depends on if I have fresh units to replace them with, though. I don't have a samurai house down, so the samurai is useless. Any of these have 2 HP. The wells are low on health, so don't put where the wells are, but everything else can take the hit. Now we have lots of wood and stone. This is what I got that for. This needs a samurai house, so this doesn't get. This does allow me to get those fishing platforms down for the very near future. Because despite needing to focus on the combat, we do need to also focus on not immediately dying as soon as the combat ends. We can get a cavalry out since it is spring. That will last for a little bit. You are going to die immediately, though. So let's not do that. Let us instead make an entire forest in this man's face to keep him busy and focus on dealing with this one. Is the 3 Yari will only knock him down to 4 hit points, and he'll kill one of them. If we wait a turn, we can kill him without losses. I do, however, still need to move more of my worker population around. Everybody's about to get sad, and they're just gonna have to deal with that. Because I'm sure they're sadder that they're starving. Do I have any workers left anywhere? Ah, there we go. I forgot I can do this. Pull one from each of the rice fields. There we go. We've stopped the starvation. I completely forgot this menu existed. This is actually like an incredibly good menu to have. Like, I looked at most of these other ones, but I never happened to click the hammer one. Okay, so that solves that issue. I could, like I said, recall the musketeers since they're going to be reloading anyway. Actually, I'm at least going to recall one of them. Because that allows me to put one more fisherman out and be positive for food instead of breaking even. That's more productive than him sitting there reloading. I also did not see a prompt over his head saying he was reloading, so I don't even know if he actually reloaded. So that's lovely. You're no longer wet, but if I blast you with lightning, the 3 Yari can kill you. So we'll blast you with lightning and bring you some friends. Because, you know, you just gotta get creative sometimes. That's just the way it is. Amia residents won't help here. We can soak him, but that wouldn't really help anything at the moment. We can finally get the samurai house. The thing is, that'll only allow me to place samurai in range of that house. So it doesn't actually help. I'm gonna guess one of these has depleted their fish. Yep, this has depleted enough fish that this isn't making as much food anymore. I hate it here. I do have a lot of lightning in hand, but only enough faith to cast one of them, or a thunderstorm. So we'll just hit him with a bolt of lightning for now. I'm just gonna hope he didn't reload and he'll reload now, so he doesn't just waste his shot. If he wastes his shot, I'm gonna be sad. He wasted his shot because he's an asshole. You are the worst at your job. You are gonna get your whole village killed. Way to go, asshole. Yes, give me the fish repopulating spell. Okay, we do really need to do something about this guy soon. He's just a problem. We don't need to do anything about him right this second, though. Just soon. There's certain somebody wasted his shot, but we can do a no, we can't do a recall replace. Because I don't have money left, because we just did harvest, you dum-dum. Hi, it's me, dum-dum. There we go. We at least equalized our food with the fish. And I need gold for gotta have faith, so that doesn't work either. Love that for me. We've honestly lasted way longer on this horde mode than I expected to. Oh, and there's more enemies now. Starts fire when moving at... I need to kill these now. I need to kill these immediately. I need to get rid of them right now. Oh, and there's more of them over there. Oh, no. So you may be wondering why I'm so concerned about that. This. Fire spreads every turn. Consider what that's going to do if they're allowed to spread fire. And you'll understand the problem immediately. Thankfully, these are now weakened, so these two can each kill one. You are gonna have to go up here. No, not there, up here. And I'll hopefully be able to get you help in a minute. This guy's just gonna get to keep walking because I have bigger fish to fry right now. Okay, we've got solutions to these problems. The answer is yes, you do all of them as one thing. You just merge them all into one thing. It'll be hilarious. I'll look at that in a second. I need to finish planning this. I've screwed up, but that's okay. This allows me to finish this problem. Okay, we are no longer in danger of having everything get set on fire. Because my entire everything burning down was something I was very concerned about. Okay. I wasn't sure what the DM was about, so it's just like, in case it is a now thing, you now know that I wasn't going to be able to do anything about it instantaneously. And hit you with lightning. Just go ahead and throw one of these over here. It needs workers. We'll deal with it later. I just wanted to put it down so I didn't forget. Oh, I see what you mean. You already did all of them. Okay. See, at first I thought you were phrasing that as a question, like, do you do all of them? And the answer ended up being yes either way. Now you three gang up on him. And that'll take care of all of our monster problems for a couple seasons, and then suddenly we'll have another monster to deal with. Actually have a lot of rice now. We're starting to stabilize as far as food goes. For the time being, till I don't get the fish summoning spell for a couple rounds and suddenly everybody's sad and out of fish. Things like the gotta have faith spell is the other reason why I clump my houses up like that so much. So I can immediately just get piles of faith. Apparently all I gotta do is drop a couple coins from the sky and everybody suddenly believes in me again. All my soldiers are gonna go away again, which is fine. We now have extra workers to use. Why are we losing a follower again? Starvation next turn. What? Oh yeah, currently we're in negative food. Okay, I see what it's trying to convey that I didn't understand. It's not conveyed in the best way. You see, when I see -4 there, I assume I'm creating enough that all I'm losing out of the stockpile is 4. What it's actually conveying is you're losing too much at that point, is what I'm guessing it means based on the fact that I'm somehow having somebody starve even though there's stockpiled food. Like something about that is incorrect, and I don't know why or what. But there we go, that solves that. I would love to have enough stone for the Temple of Cow so we could just double our food immediately. So I would rather have more food before I did that, admittedly, but you know. Actually, I can do reclamation. I can do it up here, I think. No, because those will blow up. I can just grab a little bit from the castle, though. Which will be enough to get the Temple of Cow. I just need to cycle back to the Temple of Cow now. Now, Temple Cow. There's the Colosseum, but I don't have enough gold for the Colosseum. There we go, Temple of the Cow. Ta-da! We actually have more food than we've had since I started this round, pretty much. And we're actually gaining food for the time being. Unfortunately, this is going to be a useless harvest round because I have no gold. So I do get my one free thing. Not that I want any of these particularly. So, roll. Take the Hokora. Don't need the Rockfall. Go ahead and use that for a redraw. I was really considering that for a second, like, do I go that? Is that a good idea? I think the looping was going to be necessary, and it didn't help. Okay. We do have 4 spare workers on hand that I should have doing something. We have lots of rice. Where's my theater? Oh, right, I didn't put a new... No, this is the theater right here. Get me lots of gold and lots of happiness, because we can afford to spend a fair amount of rice. That'll solve the gold problem and keep the people happy. Also generate some more gold that way. Because right now we're okay on everything other than stone. Stone is kind of dead. I actually go ahead and pull somebody off the rice field as well and put them on stone. Just so that's generating something. But, oh, no, never mind. There's no stone near that quarry. That quarry is currently useless. I forgot they mined out all the stone already. I saw this here and I'm like, oh, that's stone. No, it isn't. That's the stone they break the other stones on. There's also some food over here I could grab, but we're in positives for food right now. I have no reason to do that. We will grab this wood here, though, in case I need that for other things. Another Jotnar, huh? Okay. Fortunately, I have a lot of 2 HP buildings, so I'd end up blowing something up by trying to do reclamation now. But I could freely damage the quarry and not care. That'll at least give me a little bit of stone. Delve... What do I even want from Delve? I have lots of options. I actually don't know what I want from Delve for a change. Usually I'm like, yes, I want this. This specific thing is exactly what we need. Almost want to just grab more fish. Now, we'll take another musketeer. He's got 60 HP. It's going to take a lot of hits to get rid of him. I don't know if he's going to be able to reach. I think he only moves 1. No, movement 2. He's going to be able to reach one of them. Actually. Yeah, because he just moves here and then smack dead. So that's an issue. What do I do about that? That's always the fun question. What do I do about a problem like that? We throw lightning at it. That's one thing we do. Do we do with the drunken sailor? I could throw Oyari in front of him. He won't survive the hit, but he'll at least save the musketeer, who does more damage. So the musketeer's not going to get a second shot. Where do I pull a worker? I guess just pull another one off the rice field. He's there. We can afford another gun as well. Do 15 food a turn. You also do. It's like I'm just trying to cut this guy down to size fast here. I have enough gold for the cavalry. So if I pull one more guy, I pull you off the textiles. Actually, you have reach. Don't park next to him. That. So that is 8, 14, 20, 26. That's about half his health in one go. And it's a new year, so the cavalry will stick around for a decent amount of time. We also got some more people. Okay, you went around the spearman to kill the musketeer who is now useless. This is fine, thank you, actually. Samurai housing down, get an archer samurai in play. Position you here, reposition you here. We're actually gonna put the musketeers in front of him because they have to reload. I'd rather he kill them now than kill anybody else. Like, they have suddenly become sacrificial lambs in this situation. That is 8, 12, 16, 20. These two are reloading, so it's only 20. And I don't have enough to keep recalling around. So yeah, I'm gonna have to let one of them die. I tried to save them. I tried to finagle around enough to save them. If this was actually not spring, we could actually potentially have saved them, because I could have thrown the fertility offering away and cycled. But we don't have it. So be it. Somebody will die. And we actually get to see my samurai in action finally. He killed a cavalry? Huh. His decision-making is interesting. But I see the point behind what he did. He did what would allow him to move the furthest toward the shrine. That's why he's doing that. Because he can't attack and then move. So he moves as far toward the shrine as he can, and then he hits whatever he's next to. So that's actually very exploitable behavior. But we don't need all these troops anymore, so if I wanted to recall a bunch of them, I could. He's only got 4 hit points left. And of course, people are unhappy because somebody died, but they got over it pretty quick. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just recall some of the extras. Because we really only need the spear guy to just poke this and end this. In case something stupid somehow happens, I'll keep the archer there. Like, in case he somehow goes first and kills the spear. I don't anticipate that happening, but just in case. What's that phrase again? Oh, right, I don't trust like that. I have no trust for game mechanics when there's a chance where things are gonna backfire on me. Up. I really expected a harsher attack by now, I'll be honest. Like, we got into a sketchy position when we still had that one lizard man around, and then a bunch of fire things showed up. That was scary. And everything else has just been kind of like, yep, this is here, this is happening. Oh, it's dead now. Okay. Because we can just, like, line up a gun line with a couple spears, and just, it's done. Of course, now we get Miracle Harvest after we've mostly solved our food problem. Ooh, reset the Nengu price to 0. That's actually useful. Not something I've been super making use of right now, but it would be useful. Would be, could be. I don't really know which of those I was aiming for, sentence-wise. We are starting to take a hit on the food front again. And everything is filled. You two go back into the library. I don't know how much more we have left to research, admittedly. Don't think I can afford a fishing platform, otherwise I would move one of these. They would pick up more food. Guess it's fine. We have a lot of food stocked at the moment, and we have miracle food if we need it. It in the deck somewhere. Need all that lightning right now. I don't really need another rice silo, but we have a bunch of wood at the moment that we might not have when it comes time that we do need it, so here. Even more rice storage. There's the miracle harvest. We have enough food storage for it, so boom. Do that. Reset the price. Hey, look, more enemies. And they appeared right next to where I just put that other fucking rice silo. Of course they did. Samurai house is useless. Hand a bunch of guns to some fishermen and send them on their way. Get to it, boys. Show those floating ladies what's what. Good seal ship. Ah, exports generate gold. I do want the filler land, definitely. I can clean up some of this ground gore here. Down. I'm gonna try to get rid of the ones that are close to them, and then they'll just shoot the other two, and everything will be fine. They're probably gonna shoot the 1 hit point one now. I'm gonna be very cross with them. Hey, it's almost like I can predict the future. What are you doing? Oh god, there's a bunch of Vikings too. I didn't even know they appeared. Uh-oh. What? Yeah, you have movement 6 and you attack Shrine. Why were you just dancing? She just danced around and then eventually attacked the Musketeer. So you guys get away from her because you have no further use there. You kill her. We're gonna rain on their parade. Can't summon an archer samurai. Be over here. Can get a cavalry into play. They have movement 2, but they only have attack 1, so he'll survive. Soaked, so I can blast one of them into oblivion immediately. I'll just keep chipping away at them like that. And these guys need to reload is why I'm like slightly hesitant to do anything with them. But I need them in range so that they reload. Actually, stand here so this guy can't get attacked. Because otherwise it's 1-2 stab. Oh, right, they can just get in their boats. Why didn't you? This game's AI, I swear. They could have just killed the 1 hit point guy there and made me very upset. They were literally standing next to him and they just didn't do it. So weird. This way I can just recall these guys and get them back to work. I know this fooling around. Populate the fishing platform. Quarry's useless. Go and repopulate the textile merchant. Because we picked up a couple extra workers over the year change. Harvest. I don't need the red seal ship. Need some more land. Need the filler land. Sure, give me turn to dust. Do that all the time anyway. Why are you telling me one of my followers has been killed? What? What? Who, what, when, where, why? I wish you could click on these notifications and figure out what the hell they're on about. Because nobody should have died. Fucking weird. The rice stall up. We can hopefully start undoing this loss of food we've got going on here. Let's see, you've got 0, you've got 3, so you get the fish. So you actually become productive again. So that's quickly proving to not be super worth it. So it's not like I have another rice stall to send them to. Otherwise I'd just send them to another rice stall. I'm busy making something more than just a single fish a day. Got lots of ground to fill in, just nothing to fill it with now. And here we are being invaded again. These invasions are getting a lot faster, but I think that's because I'm just passing turns faster. Oh, you know... Oh, there we go. There's some rocks there. I got that so I could get some stone and realized, oh, there's no stone to get. And this doesn't even help me that much to have filled this in. It just doesn't bother me visually anymore. Good news is it's a bunch of witches again. The bad news is it's also a bunch of 24 hit point lizards. 24 hit point lizards are the issue. In case anybody has any incorrect notions about it being anything else, that's the problem. We call a bunch of workers, get them out into the battlefield. So all 4 enemies are taken care of. You all better not be stupid. You're going to find a way to be stupid and make me angry. Which is why I'm just gonna put an extra musketeer there preemptively before you do something stupid. I'm gonna go ahead and put a samurai house over here, so we can start preparing a force to fight this bunch of idiots over here. Does Archer Samurai have enough range to actually fight these without getting mauled? And they don't have that whole reloading problem that the Musketeeriari have. Pulling people from the theater. We'll play the role of a samurai now. Will be your finest act yet. Might be your final act, admittedly, but, you know, don't worry about that part. Look at this, we actually finally filled the land out properly. We've lived long enough that I'm actually down to the point where I'm worrying about such things. What a concept. I don't think there's anything else I can really do here. Yeah. Throw one more lightning down on one of these guys. It's a good thing those guys are slow. Okay, good. They actually did distribute their attacks properly. Once again, one of your followers has been killed. Who? How? Why? Are people starving somehow even though we have 200 food in storage? Are they stupid? I'll give you an answer about that one. Yes, they are stupid. Anybody who gets put near these enemies is gonna die. Now I'm actually gonna start having followers dying. But it's not like I have a choice. No matter where I put you, if I want you to shoot, you're going to die. So you're just gonna hold off. I need these guys in range so that they reload. But I've lost track of which one was the one that hadn't shot yet, so that could be bad. Oh, this one's gonna die, though, so you don't need to be here. You don't need to sacrifice yourself yet. Do bear that yet in mind, because that yet does matter. I'm pretty sure he is going to have to be a sacrifice. At least for the good of the city. There we go, they'll have fish to come back to when they come back. Back to work. That's gotta be a weird thing, huh? It's like, we know that we fished out everything, comes back, there's fish in the pond after the fight happened. But how? God's just out here restocking the fishing ponds while people aren't looking. You know, maybe we won't have to sacrifice anybody's life after all. By the power of magic. Yeah, see, those two were the ones reloading. I was right. I was trying to keep the one who hadn't shot from wasting a shot on the weakened one. I wanted to make sure that he held his shot for one that would actually matter a bit more. Repositioning. Choke point that. Alright. They should be all set to go. Some more faith. Understorm. Let's not alter the land there, because that will be unhelpful. With how often we're getting attacked, I'm probably going to keep this samurai house here. So I can spawn samurai at need. Need to fend off whatever appears here. Yes, yes. That's exactly what I wanted you to do. I was very concerned they were going to distribute it incorrectly and fuck up everything I had set up there. As they're wont to do. As it stands, though, unless they send, like, a much stronger attack, we're just going to be able to just keep going. We're just going to be able to just keep right on looping and unthreatened. Okay, you got 23 hit points. You're gonna be an issue. You, sir, are a problem. You can pick at him a bit, but nobody else is really gonna be able to do too much without putting themselves in a dangerous position. If the musketeers were all loaded, I would just set them all straight up and just go for it. They're not. Yeah, your increased health is not sufficient for that task. You get another Yari Samurai down, but I have no money. So actually, yeah, I don't even know why I'm thinking about it. without any money, I can't summon a fresh musketeer to reload him or anything either, so we're just gonna have to burn the turn. They don't have, like, target shrine or anything, but I'm gonna try something. Actually, yeah, these guys can attack from far enough away that they don't need to worry about getting attacked unless I go diagonal like that, specifically. Can you reach him from here? You can, so you're safe there too. It's just these two that can't do anything. We're just making a circle around him. Oh, right. It's the end of the year, so suddenly all of their friends are here, and my samurai have run out of time. And my cavalry went back. Hey, you know how I said unless there's a more significant attack, things are gonna be fine? Yeah, I forgot that that fight was taking that long. So... uh-oh. Good news is all the musketeers are reloaded, so musketeers, deal with the fire problem over here before it becomes a fire problem, please and thank you. Go shoot those. And, you back the fuck up. You don't want to be there right now. Don't want any spearmen because they're just gonna get killed by these guys. So the alternative is... Thunderstorm. Oh no, these have... Oh, these actually have a lot more health now. It's a good thing I was about to consider that decision, because now I know that these are gonna be a problem still. You get in and get ready for battle. Back you up a little bit to buy some time. Even though that's the one that's weakest. Okay, so they can fight during winter. Just as soon as winter triggers, they go away. Huh. Okay. Okay, let's get a pair of archer samurai. Start working these guys down. The thunderstorm over here to help weaken this. I'm pretty sure something's gonna get set on fire here, and I'm gonna be sad. Because I don't think they're gonna distribute perfectly. Oh, wait, no, I think the two melee killed that properly. Hang on, there is hope. Yep, we're good. They actually distributed properly. Look at them fucking go. They actually did their job correctly for once. What a Christmas miracle, even though Christmas already passed. Back up a step. We'll see if he gets attacked. The shenanigans I'm having to do at this point, just to keep this going. I feel like we're gonna hit a critical mass point here soon where I'm not gonna be able to keep deflecting attacks. We're gonna just run out of the ability to have enough units to keep them at bay, basically. And we haven't been able to get people back in production, so... that's been stalled. The good news is, people aren't upset. Like, somehow people are still happy enough. I think I might just have to sacrifice these guys, especially since we actually have one more than we can fit in terms of population. I'm just gonna let those two get hit. Unless this guy decides to go around them, which is something I'm experimenting with. And you hit all of them, so I'm actually gonna risk you standing there. I'm hoping that one will die quick enough that they'll just start filing around him. They're probably gonna just kill him. But at this point, fuck it. Like I was talking about, we need to expedite clearing these guys, so it's much more important at this point. No, they just went around him. They killed the blue guys instead. I don't understand this game. They were still next to him. One of them could have killed the more threatening unit there, but they didn't. I know I shouldn't argue with bank error in my favor, but, like, there's a certain amount of AI stupid that I just look at and go, what are you doing? You good, buddy? Huh? You okay? So much fish. All of the fish. All of the fish I'm never gonna get a chance to fish for again. It's a good time, just I also am flabbergasted by the AI's decision making sometimes. Yes, we're good here, I think. Good as we're gonna get. Thing is, the fact that it's harvest time again already, with how long I'm taking to kill these guys, tells me we're about to be attacked again. Which means this is gonna hit critical mass soon. I'm not gonna be able to keep holding. Now they killed him. Now that they had nothing else to attack. I need to, like, just grab all of the troops I can and just start slamming. Because over this autumn, I need to get rid of this so we don't start getting overrun by whatever gets added. Good news is these guys all reloaded now, I think. Or did they just shoot? I've already lost track. You move up. Only one of you need to shoot him, so you go over here. I was gonna be cheeky and put him behind them, but I can't do that. You need to not be there, so that you ideally don't get shanked. Right, I just spent all of the money because I'm a fool. Of course, it's winter time, so my cavalry is going to disappear again, too. Oh no, they are currently reloading. Uh-oh. Well, there goes another musketeer, too, then. And look, here's the next wave! You know what bad things are over? Oh, they're gonna set all my stuff on fire again. And there goes my samurai, because it's been 4 days again. Oh, no. Okay, move 1. Give me that. You come over here. Join the pile. They have 10 hit points now, huh? That's the other thing, is they keep scaling their health. And my units aren't scaling in strength. And I'm just not gonna get a single fucking unit card, huh? There we go. So there's some archer, samurai. These guys have just reloaded, so I can at least get rid of one of these. Because remember, the damage from these fire spirits isn't that dangerous. The problem is they set fires, and I have a curse that makes fire spread every turn. That's the only reason that's a problem. Otherwise, I just let them spread fire, and I will just clean it up. I may still even be able to do that, but I don't think that'll work out great. If I had the faith to keep cycling, I would actually just start genuinely depopulating buildings to start sending more troops out, but I can't. I have no faith left. And as it stands, this entire area over here is going to turn into just a pile of fire. Oh, and you both shot the same one because you're fucking dense. gonna have to hope that Thunderstorm puts out fires. Oh, and there goes a building. That's fine. So this is not dealt with. Now it's dealt with, because these two are gonna reload, he's gonna kill it, and that did not put out the fire, so we are hosed. The entire town is going to burn to the ground. In an uncontrollable fire. All because I got greedy and got cursed. You know, as you do. That's about as expected. You can't be there. Can't be there either. It doesn't matter where you are then. Just don't get hit. And we lost a house, so we don't have unit space as much anymore, but that's okay. Not like I'm getting units to use anyway. Another Archer Samurai. Unless you happen to specifically go this way, he should be okay there. Otherwise, the new guy's about to immediately die, and you know what? I'm starting to care less about it. Because this whole situation over here is going to be a whole thing. Speaking of actually repositioning, you can't reposition in a way that's useful for this problem. So I keep forgetting about the whole samurai house problem. Okay, actually, no, I can't do that either because there's no samurai house over there. There's only one up there. Well, we're just gonna have to make do then. We'll just have to live with the fact that our entire continent is gonna get engulfed in flames. Of course this is the way this ends. Of course this is the way this is going to end. Just everything is going to burn. Well, that fire didn't spread. Maybe fire doesn't work quite the way I think it does. Maybe it's not as bad as I think. This is kind of horrendous, this situation here. You reposition so you can only shoot that. Get that fire or spreader out of here. We need that firebug gone. Like, we're gonna put up the best front we can here, but it's already summer, and I have so many lizards to get through that have a lot of hit points. Like, that's about the only other play I've got is... Except the forest burns to the ground. It doesn't matter. But at least the source of the fire's gone. So, it really now depends on how this game's fire mechanics work. And I don't know how the fire mechanics work. I can't buy anything else. If I rerolled again, I wouldn't be able to buy anything without not being able to get units on the board. Like, perhaps this is just stubbornness, but I am not surrendering in this town without a fight. Even though it's seeming like it might be doomed to burn to the ground. Because bear in mind, our samurai are also going to start timing out soon. Well, there went the rice silo that was here. It burned. And you'll notice this fire is spreading. This is the fire that will kill us all, right here. This fire right here. All because I don't have the ability to summon rain. Oh, wait! Winter put out the fire! Yes! There's still hope. Problem is, there's about to be a whole new wave again. And there went my cavalry and one of my samurai. Oh, hi, 120 hit points of problem. So that's what you've chosen to do to me, huh? They didn't spawn anything else. They only spawned him. But they spawned him very close to the shrine. And with 120 hit points. I have a plan. But I'm gonna have to rely on card draw here. Now, this is plan A. Distraction. Do I even... No, I ran out of charges of that, didn't I? Uh-huh, well, never mind, my plan's not gonna work. I ran out of charges of the pick an enemy up and move them spell. I was just gonna pick him up and move him over here where I could fight him properly. Uh-oh. You come over here. Unfortunately, the samurai are gonna have to do all the fighting over here at this point. Is everybody that isn't a samurai is gonna have to fight that at Jotun in order for us to have a prayer. Fun fact, we still don't have a prayer. Actually, wait, I can relocate the samurai house over to here. That'll allow me to use samurai for this fight, too. In fact, actually, you know what? Everybody out. Everybody out of there. Bail out of that. We're gonna let this house fall. They got a long way to go before they become my problem completely. So we're just gonna let them roll because this guy needs to go. He's an immediate threat as opposed to the eventual threat of these guys. I'm gonna let this guy continue to fight them because he can't really do much here. He'll just die immediately in either scenario. I'd rather him damage these both for 4 as opposed to dealing 4 just to him. More than likely that cavalry is just gonna die immediately. But he only has enough reach to attack at that angle, so that's all he can do. Or he decided to kill one of the other ones. Okay. Sure. I mean, one way or the other, somebody was dying. I forgot he has multi-movement. So he's just gonna go around whatever I put in front of him, and he's just gonna kill me anyway. Huh. Well, that complicates matters now, doesn't it? Tweedledee and Tweedledum here are gonna be sitting here reloading their muskets while this guy just rolls through town. Samurai house over here is gone. I was gonna relocate it for safety. Speaking of, I may have to relocate the samurai house again because I just had a realization. He might just walk right here, kill the samurai house, and then I have no samurai to defend us anymore. Because that's the thing directly in front of the shrine. But I don't think it'll matter. He's got too much health. Like, even if I put the cavalry here, he'll probably step here, crush the house. It's the wrong shape. I think the only other play I have is to do something dumb like, nope, I need a Chonin house for that, so I can't even do that. I was gonna do something dumb like put the pottery merchant here, put the cavalry there, and just like jam up the works as best I could. What are you... What? I'm so glad the AI in this game is stupid. We would have been dead already if this guy had half a brain. But instead, he's just going on a grand journey. Is he going for the thing with the least health in his path? So he's gonna go, like, kick the rice field over and then go diagonally in? Is that what he's doing? Or is he just stupid and confused and he's just gonna, like, circle it like a moth? I don't know what he's doing. If their strategy is to confuse me, it's working. Also, I've realized I've run out of soldiers entirely. So that's also a problem. These guys are all I have left, aside from whatever I get out of the harvest. So I may as well just end turn. This fishing for units that don't exist doesn't help. Okay, now he's made landfall again. And he's crushed that building. Okay. I think he took offense to me making fun of him. I think he realized he was being dumb and now is actually trying. And I'll be honest, I'm very tempted to let him win. In fact, I think I just did because I spent all my money like an idiot. So even if I pull troops, it's not gonna matter. But you know what? You're gonna have to go through the magical forest to get me, motherfucker. Behold my trees. Wait, yes, gold. Manifest the money. I don't think it's gonna matter because RNG is saying fuck you. And the like one guy I got is at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, we didn't even get him. We drew everything and he is literally the one card that's left. You ever get the feeling the game is just telling you your fun's over? Is boy am I getting that feeling right now. Oh hey, right. Another wave. Now we got ghosts. Lots of ghosts. Can only be attacked in winter. Are you fucking joking me? Oh, they also killed my cavalry. Oh, this is bad. This is a bad day. Well, guess what? The magical forest springs to life in front of you too. Deal with it. Wait, they can only be attacked in winter. Okay. I guess the attack started in winter, so it counts, question mark? You know what, I'm not gonna worry about it. We're hosed anyway, so I'll just take what I can get. Yeah, see, now they turned invisible. I'm doing the best I can to stop this guy, but it ain't gonna happen. Actually, no, put one of the guys that's gonna be reloading in front of him. The desperation is real here. If I could just pick my shrine up, I would right now. I'd just pick the shrine up and just like chuck it over here. Like, nope, you gotta chase me. Meanwhile, the slow, inexorable march of the angry lizards over here in the distance. Making sure that it's gonna be the end, one way or another. I can't even hit them with lightning. don't even know why I'm cycling. The cards are all on the table. I don't get additional copies of them. I forgot to move somebody in the way. It's over. Because he's gonna hit the shrine now. Oh no, right, he doesn't have enough damage to kill it in one. Not gonna matter, because he'll kill it in two, but, you know. It wasn't over yet. Gives me false hope. The fact that I'm still trying is starting to confuse me. What else does he have left? He has 34. Even if these guys both reloaded right now and everybody hit him that I could even possibly put on the table, I don't think it would matter. The thunderstorms would need to have been doing stacking damage for this to matter. 27. Yeah, because this is 12 between the three of them. And then it would be 18, 24. That's not enough. It wouldn't matter even if they reloaded right now and shot him. We tried. We almost succeeded. That horde run lasted, what, like 2 hours? And I don't even know why they put this money thing here, because you don't get money in horde mode. Wow, rank 267. That's way better than I would have ever expected to have gotten. So yeah, that was these Doom Dials. It's a fun time. Couple decisions here and there that I don't entirely agree with, but, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. At least none of those decisions are in the core gameplay loop. It's really just only if you look at the challenge mode and see the card unlocks and how those work. And even then, it's not the biggest deal. I just disagree with the fact that they show you things in the tutorial and then lock them away behind needing to be unlocked. That just doesn't make sense to me. Stop making more notifications pop up. I'm trying to get rid of the ones that are there so I can see that part of my screen. Like 6 people all went live at the same time, so my notification bar on the right just lost its mind. Yeah, we're getting ready to head out of here. In case anybody didn't figure that out from the fact that I stopped. Because 5 hours is good enough for today for this. But god, another like 6 people all went live. Is 7 o'clock just like a universal go live time? That's just a thing? 'Cause admittedly, 2 o'clock seems to be a big time now, so I might actually be changing my starting time a little bit to see if I can avoid as much conflict. We've also been running this time for a long while at this point, so I don't really know how I'm gonna change it and have it actually be useful. We'll see. It's worth thinking about. Are they on the list right now? No, because Twitch is bad at being a useful list. I really hate the fact that I sometimes have to compare multiple lists in order to see who's actually live instead of, oh yeah, here's just some of them. Twitch, why are you useless? I literally see their name in front of me right now. Do not lie to me and say that that's not their name. What? Oh, maybe they ended already. I just looked at the times again and went, wait, no, maybe this one isn't Twitch's fault. Everything is Twitch's fault anyway. But it might not actually be Twitch's fault this time. Yeah, this is gonna take a minute because I'm gonna have to sit here and juggle everything around to try to get useful information of who's actually live, is there's a lot. The short answer is a lot. But surprisingly, I don't see any of my usual, like, yes, this is the quick answer ones. Which is the other reason why I was rechecking the list, because I'm like, wait, people missing. But then again, we had the same problem last Friday. I guess maybe they just don't come on Fridays? I thought they did. I'm just confusing myself. Let's not worry about that. The ad starting is fine. Well, no, we'll go ahead and snooze it. Because we should be out of here in the next few minutes. No matter how this goes. I have no intention of dawdling more than a couple minutes to figure this out. Yes, use that label. I didn't even notice this quick filter of smaller or similar size in the actual, like, Raid browser thing. I very rarely actually use the Raid browser because the first few times I tried to use it, it was fucking broken. So usually I just open it when I go to type in the person I'm looking for. Oh, thanks. You made the list much shorter, but you're missing 90% of the people that are currently live. Way to go. It's so incredibly unhelpful. Okay, if this choice paralysis keeps up much longer, I'm gonna flip a coin as to whether we even send one at all today. Because we have enough choices that it's making my brain spin in circles and just be a pain in my ass here. Okay, yeah, you know what? Coin, save me from myself here, please. Otherwise, we'll be sitting here for the next 10 minutes disappointing myself the whole time. Okay, the coin has saved me from myself. We're just not going to worry about it today. That makes life simpler now, doesn't it? Let's see. We'll be back to getting through the remainder of the Donathon incentive games, at the very least, tomorrow, so we should finish Donkey Kong Country off, and hopefully we'll be able to get through either some or all of Mario 2. I feel like I'll get through Mario 2 faster than we got through Donkey Kong Country, since I've at least played the vast majority of Mario 2 in the past. And that game's not that long, but it can be long in places. And there is, same as Mario 1, a fair amount of worlds to it, so there's going to be some delay there. We'll see how that ends up working out. After that, I suppose we are more likely than not going to start Final Fantasy 1 on Monday. And it won't be one of the remade versions, it'll probably be the original version. Just for convenience sake of not having to purchase anything additional. We'll see beyond that as well. I may get a burr in my brain still to do Breath of Fire anyway. We shall see. Whatever ends up happening Monday, we will do another one of the Donathon incentive games on Tuesday. I'm gonna try to do 2 of them side by side to try to get through the pool quickly so that people get what they paid for in a reasonable amount of time. Because we are mostly down to ones that are going to take a while at this point. So in order for people not to be waiting weeks upon weeks, it's either I would have to hammer through them by doing a lot of them, like a lot of sessions of the same game during that week, or split them the way I'm doing. And we're going to experiment back and forth. We'll see which way ends up actually working better. I would like to keep half the week available to do other things, which is why I don't really want to do the slam through it over the course of a week thing. Because otherwise, most of the things on the list I could probably slam through in a week. A week being 5 streams. Assuming they're not short streams, which that's where it gets a little iffy there too. But yeah, we'll figure that all out in more detail as we go. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Sorry about the way it's ending here, considering I ended up in choice paralysis and then ramble mode, is, you know, that's just how it be sometimes. But I'll see y'all tomorrow for BKC and then Mario 2. Good night, everybody.